by daylight. Alrighty, kids, good evening. Hope you guys are having a wonderful evening so far, guys. Good. Good. That's pretty good games yesterday, guys. Unlike our days prior. Yeah. Relatively decent games. We just still had some cheaters, but it was kind of after the fact. It didn't feel like we're targeted, or all we're running into is cheat lobbies, so that's good. Tonight, guys, we're going to see where things go. We might play some Doctor. Oh my god, Doctor, I know you guys are so excited. Wow, chat's just overreacting right now. It's fucking crazy. Good. Definitely gonna see, yeah, maybe some Doctor. I don't know. We're gonna do it. Next try with Doctor is definitely gonna be with his better add-ons, so see how that goes. Because I think that's the only way we can figure out whether or not he's remotely competent is with his best add-ons. Just like with Legion, only works with his best add-ons, so we need to use this in order to get the detonation delay down on shock therapy, which is pretty important. As it turns out, that's actually really important. Oh. Party streamers. We use all our puddings up, I guess. Got any? Don't know. Obviously, I want to figure out whether or not Doctor's viable before I dump another 2 mil into him, because I don't want to spend resources on a character that sucks. So, I don't know, guys. I thought he worked pretty well, but that was a while ago, so we'll see. Obviously, we can go back to the whole reason we're going to play Doctors for reassurance for intel. And it turns out a lot of people aren't even using reassurance because they're morons. So, yeah, survivors don't use DS, OTR, reassurance, or kinship, and then bitch and moan about people camping and tunneling. Sounds pretty accurate, right? Yeah, I'd say that's about accurate. That's pretty spot on. So, yeah. Yeah. Good. Yeah, reassurance isn't hard to use either. You just swing by the hook and you drop it and you just leave someone's face camping. Not difficult, guys. Yeah, we might do some Wraith too, but I first want to finish up Doctor. Executioner sucks. We aren't playing him. We tried, yeah. Over the last year I've played this game, you have people come in and it's like, oh, why don't you play Executioner? He's great at tunneling and camping. He's not. He sucks. His Must 2, just like at the very basic levels, Must 2 doesn't go off fast enough. Pointless to play him. No. We're not going to. Alrighty. Let's take a look at the Reddits, guys. My coffee is brewing. Going on here. On the tubulars, YouTube really wants me to watch Ryzen. Oh, there's a homage to Queen Elizabeth. By the way, if you guys didn't know, Queen Elizabeth died today, apparently. Long live the Queen. Long live the King, actually. The Queen is dead, long live the King is how it goes. I thought you were supposed to pay homage to the person that died, but it's not. It's both. It's the next heir and the person that died. Queen is dead, long live the King is how this goes, because Prince or King Charles, I believe, is the next one in line. Really don't want to watch Anthony talk about the Ryzen. Linus Tech Tip's not very good as far as breaking news. Tech tubing actually goes. What the fuck is that? Oh, that's filter. Whatever gets people watching their channel, right? Yep. Breakthroughs that can solve the water crisis, I bet. There's a lot of breakthroughs always happening that change nothing. Mm-hmm. Tom Scott Plus. Oh my god. Yeah, I talked about that before. There should be a cap, just like in the U.S. with Congress. There should be a cap on how long people can remain in power. Not that Queen has really any power anymore, but arguably you could say that's because she's been in power for so long. There's no new blood in place that could have actually tried to push an agenda. Yeah, retired through death. Yeah. It's the same way in the U.S., where it feels like people, especially in Congress, not so much. There's a cap on how long you can be president, which is 8 years or 2 terms, right? Which I actually think is too short. I think the president should have no cap because he is very prevalent, right? People vote on the president, and Congress, people in Congress should have a cap. And the reason for that is because Congress people squeak through. Oftentimes, you have no idea who's getting elected into Congress. You generally don't even care. People care about the presidential elections, right? So Congress is the one that should actually have a limitation to how long they're in Congress because it they just there's no one to check on them. Basically, is what it comes down to. They're just lifers in there, and then nothing gets done, as can be seen based on the number of bills that are being passed over time and how spread out both the conservatives and liberals are, or Republicans and Democrats are. How spread out they are now in terms of what they're willing to agree on and how they have to have riders. And then if people are in Congress longer, it leads to more corruption, right? Because they're there and their pockets are getting lined and they just care about their retirement and building their fortunes and all sorts of stupid fucking shit. I'd say Congress actually definitely needs to have a limitation to length people can be there, and President doesn't. President's basically a leader. He should be a leader rather than a politician, right? He should be a leader rather than a politician. Congress people squeak through all the fucking time. I'm sure the majority of people don't even know who they vote for. They just look to see who's a Democrat and who's a Republican on the ballot, and they just check whichever one aligns with their political ideological beliefs. President, on the other hand, they're all over the fucking news when they're doing their election campaigns, right? And if they didn't have to spend so much time lobbying for their next term, then they would spend more time on doing long-term things that the country needs, because you can't just finish things in 4 years. You can't just completely change a country in 4 years. That's absurd. Unless you're doing stupid shit and trying to, like, ham-fisted, just, like, power it through. Yeah. In the case of UK, though, the Queen, for instance, there's like, 3 generations below her right now. So Queen Elizabeth, I mean, she might have been a great leader, a great queen for all we know. I guess for what people know, she's a great queen. But at the end of the day, who's Charles is the next one in line. He's like in his 60s now, barely in his prime, and he's basically, and they like moved like with the baby boomer generation guys. It like moved. Ascension, not Ascension, Succession. It moved Succession up like 30, 40 years. So we have this entire generation, this swath of baby boomers that were in power basically for 40 years longer than they should have been. 30 years, 40 years longer than it should have been. And that's an entire generation, right? That's an entire fucking generation, or Gen X. That's an entire fucking generation in which instead of retiring basically through death, which is what happened before, because of improvements in the healthcare system, they just hung on to power forever. They're still in power. Is the way it works in politics and in terms of monetary things. They're generally the ones still in power, and unfortunately that means that new blood that might want to change things or is more in line with technology, with what's happening today, with people, they can't make a change. They can't make a difference because they're just waiting. They're just waiting, and then they become someone that's 62. They become someone that's older, the same age as Charles. Who's succeeding Queen Elizabeth, anyways? Queen Elizabeth. "70 years. That's insane. So she was put into power. How old was she when she became queen? Probably in her 30s. 1926. Charles now, yeah. Younger brother? Shouldn't it be her kids? I thought it's passed to their kids, and it doesn't matter who their brother is. Unless that was her express wishes or something. And then you'll be streaming everywhere? Fuck off, dude. Is that actually true? So somehow, because he's such a big player on Twitch, he actually got special permission from Twitch to stream from all the outlets? That's absurd. That's shit that I wanted years ago, a decade ago. That's like shit I've always wanted as a partner, is to be able to stream to all the platforms, and I can't. But yeah, she became queen in like, what, her 30s? Queen. Yeah, so her George the Sixth health declined in 1951. So basically, probably her parent died, and then she just became queen, right? That's the way it used to work. Instead of basically people retiring, which is the way it now works, they used to just die. That's the way it used to go, unfortunately. Fortunately or unfortunately. So we're like in this weird generational spot where people have to retire, but they don't retire because they don't need to. Well, it doesn't matter. If you're partnered on Twitch, you can't stream to multiple platforms. If you're partnered on, so if you can get subs, or you're partnered, or you're affiliate, you can't sub on Twitch. So he's just going to stream here, but he can't actually receive subs? That's something I thought about before, and I've talked about. Yeah, but he's just going to stream to Twitch anyways. So he must not have been making that much money on Twitch. To be exclusive. I mean, he made so much money in the beginning of Fortnite days. It would be no surprise that if he just decided to, it's not worth his time anymore. He's at a taste of the big life at this point, which is one of the worst things he ever did, by the way, was leaving Twitch. Bad for him, good for everyone else on Twitch, because it showed Twitch that people can leave. Set a precedent. So, it was a horrible financial move for him, but for Twitch, or for everyone, all streamers on Twitch, it was a good thing. Yeah, oh, I'm sure. I don't keep up with ninja stuff. I not anymore. Besides, stuff that just comes by, which is interesting to talk about. But yeah, in terms of what he did on Twitch, yeah, he left because his numbers were dwindling when he left Twitch. So he decided that there's greener pastures, and in doing so, he just threw everything he had away when he did that. But at the same time, he set a precedent for everyone else that people could leave Twitch, right, and that they could move on. Not that streamers haven't done it before him, but rather that not nearly as big of streamers did it as him. But yeah, I wanted to do that years ago. I wanted to be able to stream to multiple platforms. And I've talked about this multiple times over the last year about dropping Twitch and just streaming to multiple platforms just so I can build my channel. Because I have almost no subs on Twitch, so it doesn't really matter. Just getting people watching my channel is a bigger deal than a handful of subs. But the problem is, if I ever tried to get partnered again, I probably couldn't. So if I lost my partnership, I probably couldn't get partnered unless my channel blew up. And the one thing I really like about being a partner is the fact that you have transcode options, so you can watch at whatever resolution you want. I'd literally pay for that and then leave Twitch. But if I leave, that's one of the reasons I became a partner in the first place. I really wanted transcode options. And you can only get them, I'm pretty sure still only can get them if you're a partner. And that's most unfortunate, because like YouTube provides them by default. Yeah, Twitch has their indoctrination program. Yeah. And if you're even an affiliate, they affiliate everyone nowadays, by the way. You're an affiliate with like fucking 4 You know, 4 people watching you, you still can get affiliate. Anyways, talking about ascension of power, guys, and Queen Elizabeth, like she had the opportunity where normally the reigns would be handed off to people much earlier, right? She was a queen for 70 years. Pretty absurd. Insane. When did she become queen? 1953? How long was it after she was born? Reign, 1952. 1926? It's like 30 something. Christ. Why does it always reset my fucking calculator? Fuck off. 6 minus 52. She was 26 years old when she became the queen. I guess I could have figured this out. That's insane. That's insane. Yeah, imagine people taking over like in their 20s or 30s nowadays, right? Yeah, it doesn't happen anymore. Like the entire generation. Successor is Charles. I don't know why. Normally it goes to their kids, right? Not have any kids? I swear she has kids. Yeah. So it's right when the other person dies. And so what? Her kids don't. Maybe this was her express wishes. I think Ninja wants to get banned on all platforms. I kind of doubt that. He's just trying to generate publicity by doing something weird to remain relevant. That being said, he's like a name brand at this point, so it doesn't matter. Even though he's definitely fallen out of favor. Probably after he left Twitch, is basically the end of him being one of the top streamers on Twitch. Was when he left Twitch. And it has nothing to do with me trying to put him down. It's just his viewership just bottomed out at that point when he just left and just threw it all away. It's supposed to be your kids. Issue, I believe, is the succession. And who's her first kid? Diana? Princess Diana was her first kid, or was that one married to one of her kids? First wife of Charles III. Okay. Yeah, so where's her first kid? Second child. Third child. Charles is her brother, right? No. Charles is one of her kids. Didn't you say Charles was her brother? Yeah, no, this is her kid. Yeah. Oh, yeah, okay. I was wondering what's going on here. You said this was her brother. It's not her brother. This is her son. He's fucking 73 and he's gonna become king now. Where his mother became queen at 26. There's a 40-year gap here. Yeah, there's like more than that, actually. There's like 50 years of gap. He just looks old. Yeah, he does look old, because he is old. He is fucking old. Yeah, that's insane. And it would be different. Like, I don't mind old people being in control as long as they have full function of their faculties, right? And they're kind of in touch with reality. But he should be retiring too. He's ancient. Like, Prince Edward is kind of, even he looks like he should have been a king, like, what, 20? Obviously, there's no chance he's becoming king, and he knows it. But even he's old. He's like 50, 58. Signature, that's what my signature looks like, too. Nothing wrong with that, dude. He knows he's the youngest. Jesus Christ. So, Queen Elizabeth became queen at 26. We've talked to this before, by the way, on stream about just the succession years have just went up. It's everything across the U.S. or across the world, guys. As healthcare has improved, life expectancies have gone a lot higher, right? And that's just the way it is. And that's just the way life goes. And as such, that's led to a lot of old blood just kind of hanging on to everything because they don't retire. They don't see the need to, and they feel as though they're young as they used to be, right? Despite them not being. And then you have Queen Elizabeth that literally just never stepped down. And for how much the country loved her, because I'm sure they did, she really should have thought about stepping down as queen. And she didn't. Someone younger should have taken over. Because he has there's probably 4 generations in the way here. Because he has kids, right? I'm sure. Let's see. It would be nice to see a family tree. Spouses. So it's probably his first wife. Actually, I think it depends on which she prefers. And then the first kid. Father, mother. Ah. Yeah, sure. Where's his kids? Issue. So this is his kid, who also has kids. Charles III. He is 40. That's getting more in line. This is getting more in line with the current generation. He's someone that just looks like he's a little bit older and balding. This is a guy that probably should be king right now. And then he has kids. Right? No issue here, so I'm guessing they haven't gotten this far yet. Yeah. Big push for them to be in the armed services, of course. Because they're royal. That's just the way it's supposed to be. Spouse. Children. Goes on the issue here. There he is. Uh-huh. I'm gonna be a king someday, he thinks. Little does he know his father's gonna become king at like 92. his father's gonna become king at 92, and he's gonna become king at like 130 or something. Yeah, I think so. Well, it also represents the fact that you're getting old. No one wants to admit they're getting old, right? I mean, I fucking eat different than I did in my 20s. I eat different, I fucking work out, I exercise. Oh. You have to do things to keep your mental in check too, right? I actually feel better than I did in my 20s, to be perfectly honest. But that just goes to show you how you treat yourself when you're younger, so... But I'm sure it has a lot to do with it. But basically, when people get older, they don't want to admit that they're old, right? And that's just the way it goes. They don't want to be not in power, too. Like, if you have power, guys, power is addicting, right? I'm sure everyone's heard the trope before. Power corrupts, absolutely. Or just power in general. Just people want to be in power no matter what. And then once they're there, they realize that they're no longer, as you say, they're no longer in the spotlight, right? They don't want to lose their relevance in the world. And if they lose it, they feel like they're one step closer to the grave, right? So they just take it with them. Queen Elizabeth, 100%, she should have retired probably. Like, this should be capped maybe 40 years. Instead of being a monarch for 40 years, she was a monarch for 70 until she died. And memes about her right now are just talking about cows. So, yeah. Yeah, like, the notable thing she talks, like, people notice of her was her pointing out cows. Now, like, diplomatic relations or trying to help unite their country. It's literally just her going on a day outside. And I guess that's basically what happens to a monarchy, because monarchy in general, they aren't really in control anymore. The monarchs in UK, it's all their version of Congress. What do they call it? They have a different name for Congress in the UK. I don't remember, but they have like a prime minister. Yeah, you don't. And I mean, growing up is definitely important because you can't really be a leader when you're younger. It doesn't work. Most people are way too idealistic. They don't know how to compromise. They have all these inbuilt goals in life, like dreams that they think can just happen no matter what, and they don't have really in touch with the reality. I mean, that being said, people don't really seem to grow up nowadays. They just reject reality is basically what it comes down to. And I would say that part of growing up is rejecting reality at some point. Yeah, no shit. And, I mean, she probably did stuff when she's younger. I mean, I watched The Crown on Netflix, which is pretty good, by the way. Haven't been watching, I think I'm caught up. But in general, like everything she did was when she was younger, right? When she was a young buck. When she was a young buck going through the world's her oyster, right? The young Queen Elizabeth, she was doing stuff when she was younger, and then when she became older, she became more complacent with just things happening around her and just doing whatever. Now, yeah, and then after that, just basically, I mean, that being said, not to put down her legacy, that's not what I'm doing at all, but rather saying that she kind of went like, whoop, and then went, whoop, like one of those things, maybe whoop, like that. And she probably should have retired maybe 30 years ago, and she never did, right? She would have been in her 60s. So she died, she's like 90. My grandma's older, by the way. My grandma outlived Queen Elizabeth. 96. Actually, I think she's a year behind her. Maybe not. I think my grandma's 95. Ooh. She's totally gonna outlive Elizabeth, though. But anyways, yeah, so if she retired, she would have been 66. That would have been more than acceptable, right? 40 years of reign, and they didn't. So now the next king is King Charles, who literally looks like he also should be retiring right now. Because he took up the throne at 73. Like, Jesus. They pushed, instead of basically having your life expectancy, right, being when you're like kings and queens and people in power, CEOs, people in Congress, instead of having your power arc being like your 20s to like maybe your mid 40s, right, when you croak or just decide that your health is worse and you want to focus on your welfare, right, and retiring in your 40s or 50s, it's now just boosted. They tacked on like an extra 40 years. That just shows you how far medicine has came in the last 100 years, right? People are living to hundreds. That's insane. Assuming you can afford medicine, by the way. assuming you can afford healthcare, you can live to your hundreds. That's insane. But the problem with that is there's just like a 40-year generational arc in which, he's nothing. He's probably nothing like what he was in his 40s, right? That's just the way it is. So if she retired in her 30s, oh, that's his son. If she retired 30 years ago, she would have had a 40-year reign, right? And he would be, 43? Yeah, that would be prime, right? You have a lot of life experiences. He has a family. He's had spent time in the service, right? That a lot of world building down there for him, life building, and then he gets to play off of it. But instead, She went until 96, and then she just took it with her. Basically, is the way that it went. I don't know. Maybe the kids ever had a problem with that. Like they talked about it. It could be like, who knows what's going on there, right? Like part of a popular family or monarchy, right, is just keeping things under the bed, right, so to speak, under the rug. And it might be one of those things where they just never wanted to, maybe they either didn't discuss it or they did and it became heated and they're just like, yeah, whatever, we'll just leave it. But wanted to die as a queen instead of leaving on illness. Sure. Yeah, like, so even if she retired, as can be seen with other monarchs, even if she retired and passed the baton on to her kids, she could still offer advice to her kids, right? That doesn't mean she is incapable of expressing influence after the fact she's no longer queen. And I think that's also kind of a weird thing that they don't realize is they can still have an influence on decision making even after they're gone. But instead she just took it with her. Makes you feel kind of bad. I mean, it's not just Queen. It's not just Queen Elizabeth. We've talked about that. It is all after the last 100 years, the 1900s onward. It's everywhere. CEOs, inherited wealth, Congress, presidents. Presidents not so much because there's a term limit on that, right? But even then, our presidents are getting older and older. And once again, I have no problems. I have no problems with her living a long, fruitful life. But I do think just like with everyone else is in power right now, they should express controls on how long people are in power for, so that the world can continue changing and evolving. While this, imagine like the global warming problem we're having right now, guys. Imagine if our Congress in the U.S. was like 20 years younger than they are now. The average age of Congress, by the way, has went up like an extra 10 years over the last 100. And that's a pretty big deal because there's a lot of really old people in Congress right now, and old ideas. People, that's not the way it was when I was younger. We've done this since I was a boy, and it's always worked out. One of those things, and you're like, yeah, no, the fucking there's tundra fires. Greenland is literally melting and it can't be replaced as fast as it's melting. Yeah, and then like one of the weird things right now, guys, kind of on global, because we're in global political issues right now. Actually, I'm gonna get my coffee first before we talk about this. 1 second. So, one of the things, just talking about climate change right now, guys, like one of the really horrible things that's happening right now is the world's kind of going out of control, and we're too soon to depend on renewable energies as can be witnessed right now. But one of the weird things is that the war in Ukraine could actually just make things a lot worse. Like we might be on the precipice of World War III, and that has nothing to do with, well, I mean it does, but nothing directly to do with the war on Ukraine. Rather, it has to do with the fact that Russia is turning off gas supplies to the rest of the world, and what that means, especially to their people that like UK or not UK, EU. And what that means is they now have to depend on worse fuel types to keep people, with the power on, keep the power on, right? That means coal and oil. And coal and oil plants were shut down because they don't meet regulations, and is more expensive than retrofitting them. It's like with scrubbers. In order to deal with the environmental impact of them, so they're turning to worse fuel types in order to keep themselves employed, or keep the lights on, keep civilization in check. So inadvertently, it actually seems like Russia is now making climate change a lot worse. Yeah, I know this is kind of, because it all comes down to capitalism, right? It comes down to supply and demand, and where you can get cheap stuff. This is just what it comes down to, cheap fuel. And coal is what people are turning to now, and that coal and oil, and that means that we're going to have a rise in CO2 emissions. And we're at a time right now where we really don't want that to happen. And on top of that, there's problems with, heating and arable land is what happens when the temperatures get worse and worse. I don't know if you guys heard about the record amount of rainwater that's received in Death Valley, but there's that. Yeah. So the climate change is spiraling out of control, and we are now fueling it because we have to use a worse fuel type. So inadvertently, we're actually making climate change worse because of the war in Ukraine right now, because we can't depend on Russia for oil or Russia for gas. If you don't know, they shut down the Nord pipeline. Russia completely shut down the Nord pipeline on the 6th, I believe it was. That's a big deal for you. Big deal for EU, not UK. It's a big deal for EU. And it's coming at a time right now, guys, when we really need better fuel types, and gas is basically arguably the best fossil fuel type. Uranium for nuclear, I would say, is better, because nuclear power is technically a fossil fuel, but not really, because it's not really made of fossilized material. But it's also not, it's kind of renewable, but not really. Nuclear is in a really weird spot, which is also why it's really good. However, we aren't primed to depend on uranium or nuclear right now. So that means we have to depend on fossil fuels, and the best fossil fuel type is gas, natural gas. And natural gas is being shut off, and supplies of that are dwindling, which means coal, and that means we're just going to make climate change worse. And as climate change gets worse, that means countries start to move, if they can't feed themselves, if they can't keep up their quality of life, then people start getting angry. Mainly, if you can't feed yourself, you don't have a place to live, and you can't put clothes on your back, that makes people really fucking angry. Those three big things right there. That's three big things right there. 2 fingers. Those 3 big things right there are what encourage people to, and safety, I guess you could put another one there, are what motivate people to get out their torches. And regardless of what happens in the media right now, as far as there's a lot worse things, guys, than social justice issues. I'm just gonna throw that out there. There's a lot worse things out there. And I think that has a lot to do with our generation being relatively disconnected from world wars or warfare in general, wars in general. Most generations have experienced some level of war, like in their lifetime, right? And we're part of a generation that hasn't really, in the US that is, at least, that hasn't really. And as such, people are hyper-focusing on things that really don't matter that much. Bigger problems emerge around them, but they don't think it matters because it's not directly in touch with their day-to-day life, right? They're like, yeah, whatever, man, because they can't pee in the right bathroom or whatever, and they just don't care about it, despite the fact that it might be the difference between them, being able to feed themselves, right? Gas prices did go up this year, but also supermarket prices. There's a lot of inflation in going to the store and buying stuff. People notice that, right? Because it affects everyone, especially people that don't have a lot of money, or just middle class in general or lower, are going to experience it a lot worse because they actually care about pricing on goods. But yeah, they start to notice that, whereas before, other things start to matter a lot more. Gas, I'm really certain that the part of the reason that food prices went up so much was because of gas, though, more so than climate change. But as all gets worse, as we depend on worse fuel types, it's going to proverbially, fuel the climate change fire, which is then going to make climate change worse. And then when countries can no longer feed themselves, people in the countries can no longer feed themselves, then they're going to start looking to other countries in order to sate their thirst, I guess you could say. And that's going to lead to warfare, unfortunately. It's like what was there's a video game based on this. Was it Command and Conquer? I think Command and Conquer was like an oil war one. There was definitely one where, depending on where you live, wars started emerging because people couldn't feed themselves, and therefore they wanted to take land from other countries that could feed themselves, right? And which is going to go further and further away from the equator is the way it's going to work. Canada is going to become prime real estate. Despite Canada, 90% of Canada be tundra. In like 20 years, 30 years from now, maybe even less than that, 20 years, 10 years from now, Canada is literally going to become prime real estate. And Central America is going to become uninhabitable, as well as Africa. Resource wars, yeah. But it's not resource wars like I'm going to take your oil. It's like oil wars. It's resource wars like, we want your fucking arable land so we can farm, so we can eat food. Yeah. As it turns, the end result of that, obviously, is we're just living in caves eating algae, but, yeah. But the war in Ukraine is definitely making things worse here. And not in a good way. And once again, it's not directly related. Arguably, in terms of like global, like this is kind of like I don't support the Ukraine war in any way, shape, or form. And you can't really let a bully win, because if you let them win, they're just going to try for more, right? And I don't think Russia gives two shits, or Putin gives two shits about climate change. Which really, really sucks. That means neither side is going to really give. And as such, best case, actually, like one of the probably better scenarios right now, in light of everything in the world and everything that's going around us, is Ukraine surrendering and Putin just getting his way. I don't think Putin should get his way, but in terms of overall climate change and what's going to eventually happen in the long term, is literally it's going to wreck things for everyone. I mean, we're sending javelins and shit to Ukraine, so we're 100% sending support to Ukraine. I've said this before, it feels like we should actually just buy, probably a lesser extent to that is we should just buy gas from Russia and tax it. So if you can buy gas from Russia cheaper than we're currently getting natural gas, the US should buy gas from Russia and then tax it, so it's still below market value, but you tax it up to market value, right? And after doing that, send the taxed version to Ukraine as support. That would be hilarious. That'd be absolutely hilarious. But it's compromises like that that people aren't willing to make, right? You can't think of a crafty decision like that. Arguably, though, then Russia would just gas fix the price. If they saw us doing it, they'd just fix the prices, right? They'd just change the pricing on their gas to the point at which there'd be no taxable left, right? There'd be no taxable difference left. So the end result would be Russia applying an export tax to the U.S. on their natural gas, and then that'd close that loophole, so to speak. But yeah, I think this is kind of sad, because this is like one of those prelude things. This is like the beginning of something that might get a lot worse. I don't think it has a lot to do with the war escalating in Ukraine. I don't think it has to do with the war directly escalating. I think it has to do with wars escalating in other parts of the world because of arable land and climate change. Like literally the start of like some sort of fucking... I really hope I hope aliens are here. I really do, because I think we're gonna need a get out of jail free card here at some point. We are gonna need, like, if you can imagine logically how things are going to play out here, it does feel an awful lot like we're going to need a get out of jail card here. And I really hope we see aliens at some point in my lifetime, but we might need them sooner rather than later, because it feels like we're just kind of... This isn't like social justice issues, guys. This is like kind of like, you know, brink of the edge sort of shit here. And you can say what you want. Oh, you're just it's just sensationalist or hyperbole or whatever. Sensationalism, hyperbole. And I don't think so. Mainly because you can see what's going on, like with the pricing in not UK, in EU for a lot of heating in general, and how a lot of places are struggling to, a lot of countries are struggling to fill their reserves for the winter months. It could get a lot worse. Well, in this case, like with Afghanistan, I really do believe that we had no point in being there, because they didn't even want their own country. So we shouldn't, like, they have to fucking duke it out with themselves to figure out what they want. With Ukraine, they want to be Ukraine, and they're taking all the help they can get. There's like everyone's fighting. It's like all hands on deck sort of thing. With Afghanistan, they just gave up and surrendered. So whatever. Yeah, we're out of that shit, but with Ukraine, it definitely feels like it's a country that wants to be their own country. And the problem with letting Russia just take it over, which is probably what would have happened in the 90s, we would have just said, yeah, sure, whatever. The problem with just letting them take it over is then they might come for other countries that were formerly part of the USSR when it fell. And the whole reason I think that Russia is in Ukraine is because Putin has a complex where he wants to restore basically the glory to Russia, right? The USSR days or whatever. Despite the fact that Russia has a lot of resources and they could definitely work on their economy and become an absolute powerhouse, and become, you know, a much better country than they currently are. Putin thinks war is the answer, and that's not. First world countries can't go to war anymore because of sanctions and bullshit that happens associated with it. It doesn't work. Another person that's been in power a really long fucking time. How long has Putin been the president of Russia? Putin wiki. Probably 30, 40 years? No, 20? No, he's only been president since 2000. 22 years. It's a long time. Not nearly as long as I thought it was. Who's a former president before him? They had the whole, transference after the Iron Curtain fell, and they became Russia. But yeah, in the case of what's going on in Ukraine right now, if we don't intercede with it, he might just think that he can just take more. Bullies work that way. And you could argue that Putin is trying to be a bully right now. Because he's literally trying to step on a smaller country and just take it. And for first world countries, for a third world country, that's a little bit different. When you got two third world countries fighting it out, they literally don't care what's going on there at that point. But with first world countries, they actually have to act a little bit civilized, and this isn't. I believe Ukraine used to be part of the USSR, and then when the Iron Curtain fell, they became their own country, as far as I know. I don't know. I'm not completely up to date on geopolitics in that region. And then Russia wanted Ukraine back. And that's what's happening right now. Like there's no reason for Russia to be in Ukraine right now in any way, shape, or form. It's just Russia wants it, or Putin wants it. Excuse me, not Russia. Putin wants it. And that's just the way it is. Once again, I think this, yeah, like escalating to World War III and nothing to do, well, relatively nothing to do with escalation in Ukraine and Russia. Rather, it has to do with the fact that it's changing the way that we use resources in the world right now, in a time when we can't really be flexible in changing resources in the world right now, and that has a lot to do with the fact that we are basically on the precipice of just like whatever the fuck's going on with climate right now, which is absurd. So we had I told you guys about this. We had 14 tornadoes in Wisconsin in July, I think it was. We had 14 June, July, one of the months. We had 14 tornadoes in Wisconsin in the same day. That's obscene. That's absolutely absurd. Yeah. 14 confirmed tornadoes in our state. I don't live in the tornado belt or whatever it's called. Tornado Alley. Yeah, I don't live there. That's down south. 14 tornadoes in a place that's known for snow. Well, it doesn't matter. He has a lot of land. Russia's huge. It's already gone. He just wants it back. It's not losing something you have. It's trying to get something back that you never had in the first place. USSR had it, and then they lost it. Russia is not USSR. Honestly, they don't want to be part of the USSR. So they're part of Russia. Russia has a shitload of land. They have a shitload of arable resources. They have a lot of natural resources in their country. And they're deciding that they have to go and try and take another one instead. But for grain? Like to get grain? Please. They have a shitload of arable land in Russia. They can make their own fucking grain. Instead, they're trying to take over a country. I hope this war ends sooner rather than later, because we really need like the natural gas from Russia is the way it's going right now. And that's, once again, Putin probably knows that. Probably not for the same reasons I know it, but he knows that EU right now is struggling to find energy reserves for the winter. So he's tightening the screws, putting more pressure on them, tightening the screws on EU in order to make his position better as far as the war in Ukraine goes, so they'd stop supporting them. Which, once again, is going to lead both sides just to dig in their heels and just become more less amicable, less likely to agree on anything, and that's really unfortunate. So he's probably willing, like with the Nord pipeline, he's just willing to shut off the pipeline and lose millions, tens of millions, hundreds of millions, billions of dollars, and instead of doing something amicable. That's ridiculous. I don't think, once again, Putin is a president, but I don't think people in Russia have any chance of actually electing a different president. He is basically a dictator, so it's not a Cold War. I don't think there's going to be a threat of nukes. I think it's just going to lead to a scenario where people are invading other people because they can't feed themselves. We're going to see mass famine and hordes of people that are just migrating, which is already happening as far as I know. Middle East, I think it is. Global migration. Over the next 30 years, 443 million people are likely. By the way, I think the predictions on the climate models right now are absolutely not safe as in right, but are not remotely reliable in terms of what's actually going to happen. They're like the climate models are constantly being readjusted in the last 2 years because of what's going on. I don't think any of the climate models are accurately representing what's going on. Like they just figured out, was it like last year or 2 years ago, where they just figured out that The melting in Greenland is causing an absurd amount of carbon dioxide to be released. Yeah, because there's carbon dioxide from basically mammoths and everything that's trapped in the ice that is now being released into the atmosphere as it decays. Yeah, pretty absurd. Pretty ridiculous things. Most climate migrants move within borders of their homelands, usually from rural areas to cities after losing their homes or livelihood because of drought. Rising seas are another weather calamity because the cities are also facing their own climate-related problems, including soaring temperatures and water scarcity. People are increasingly being forced to flee across international borders to seek refuge. Identifying climate migrants is not easy, especially in regions rife with poverty, violence, and conflicts. Basically, people are going to push north and south, and it's actually probably safer going south. The reason for that, I say, is because most people are going to go north. Like Australia is actually probably going to be one of the last remaining bastions of human civilization, as weird as that fucking sounds. Because they're off in the own, in the middle of nowhere on an island. There aren't easy land bridges between Australia and everywhere else in the world. And it's one of the further south ones. That and Central America, but you're not Central America, South America, but I think that's going to get over. There's a lot of people living in South America. So if they all went to Chile, or what's the southern? Chile's like the long strip. Southernmost country in South America. There isn't room there. I'd still say like probably New Zealand, especially New Zealand. New Zealand and Australia are probably going to be the two places to go. Australia has a bunch of desert in the center of it, though. New Zealand is looking pretty prime. This is where everyone lives, is on the edges here, in the green. Yeah. Down south, there's only so many places you actually want to move down south. Oh, Argentina? Is this just a bunch of mountains? This. No, Argentina had a desert. This is mountains. What is this shit? This is like arid mountainous regions. Look at that. It's like all the arable land is on the other side in Chile. Dirt. Yikes. It's like if you're in Argentina, most of it's not even worth going to, and then Chile goes all the way down here to the tip, which is the stuff you actually want to go into. But yeah, Chile like is like they got the nice square in the bottom too. What is it? Part of Chile or Argentina? Yeah, it's Argentina. Huh. Mainly it's like between the extremes of arid and mountainous regions with nothing in it. Just rocky areas, and then there's a little bit of grassland down here. You see my house down here? Good. We're actually making that much of an impact on weather? Yeah. Once again, I really hope alien... I don't know what's going to go on, guys. Like this is weird. You can pretend what you want that things are going to be the same over the next 10 years. I don't think they are at all. And I don't think it's going to be what anyone thinks is going to turn into an absolute shit show as stuff spirals out of control with climate change. It's already starting to happen. Unfortunate. Yeah. And once again, we're talking, this mainly spawned from the old guard, right? The people that are in power for the last 70 years. Queen Elizabeth being a queen for 70 years. And part of the old guard not taking climate change seriously. We had a big push for wind and solar in the last 20 years through Obama subsidies, which is really good, by the way. It's really fucking good. But it barely made a dent in our energy usage in the US. And that's pretty ridiculous. And nuclear is continually being phased out as well. We need nuclear power as well as we need wind and solar. And the current presidents in the last 20 years worth of presidents have not talked about nuclear in any way, shape, or form. They've been like sidelines, just like little, yeah, maybe we'll consider it, sort of shit. Wind and solar, guys, wind and solar, putting aside the issues with density, wind and solar takes up an absurd amount of space. But putting that aside, it's neither peak power, so stuff that can ramp up really fast depending on demand, which is what generally gas power plants are. Coal can also do this, but to a lesser extent, gas is being one where they fire up turbines and they hit peak power, so they can fire them up to go up with the demand from civilization, right? As a big heat wave comes through, or temperatures rise throughout the day. The other option there is something like energy storage, so you could also do that with pump storage or with a giant bunch of batteries. That takes an absurd amount of money, by the way. Which we don't do, by the way. When they add wind and solar to the grid, they do not add additional batteries to the grid to help with it. It's just, they just tack it on. And they're like, whatever, yeah, and then maybe the power companies that are running fossil fuels will take up the slack, which doesn't work on a large scale. And then at the bottom end is baseline or baseload generation. Baseload generation is where it generates the same amount of power all the time. Fossils can do that, gas, coal can do that, oil can do that, but also nuclear is really good at baseload generation, and that just works all the time. So when the sun is not shining and the wind's not blowing, there's always energy generation going on, right? So you can do peaking with batteries, but at the low end, you need to have something that can work for baseload, and we don't have anything that can do baseload. You could also do it with a shitload of batteries, but that'd be absurd. That would be absolutely absurd. And the grid in the US is not interconnected nearly enough to do that. We need nuclear in order to do it. And that's why I talk about nuclear all the time. It's because you need it. Fission until we get fusion. I think fusion's just going to fix everything, but yeah, we aren't there yet. And hopefully the world doesn't explode before we get fusion, so. Yeah, they're pushing way. Like, I applaud California for being very, very progressive and trying to tackle that, but they're putting the horse or the cart way in front of the horse, and they don't have the grid to sustain that. So while they can push for that, they don't have the infrastructure to do it. That's absurd too. Why are they doing that? Why? Like, I know it's cheap just to say no more gas cars, but like instead of actually working on the has anyone even played fucking SimCity? You should tell everyone in Congress should be required to play SimCity and have a city with at least 200,000 people in them. Jesus Christ. Like, I love city building games, guys. I love simulators in general, but it feels very much like some people have no fucking idea what they're doing. And then you got all these it really sucks because you have all these renewable proponents that are on one side. They're like, yeah, man, oh my god, wind and solar forever. And then maybe tidal power, yeah. Eventually tidal power. Fuck nuclear. Nuclear sucks. Haven't you seen Chernobyl? Yeah, no way, man. Not doing that. And you're like, yeah, renewable doesn't work without nuclear. And then you got the other guys that are like, yeah, man, I don't give a shit about renewables. Just burn that coal. Roll that coal, guys. Oh, it's just coming out of the smokestack. Oh, that's beautiful. Oh, that's so good. On the other side, they're like, yeah, fuck nuclear. Haven't you seen Chernobyl? You know what happened in Chernobyl? And on top of that, it doesn't roll coal either. So you got like both sides that are just like, it's like fucking hammering, and nuclear is just the ugly duckling in the center, which is neither green enough to be green energy, and it's carbon neutral, by the way, but it's also not dirty enough to be fossil, and it's just got fucked, and that's really unfortunate. We're at a time right now and people are worrying about like Chernobyl when we're like everything's on fire, and people are like, yeah, man, no, we can't do that. I don't think that's going to work. Oh, they take 10 years to build. We can't do that. And you're like, yeah, we can. Yeah, you can. That's why it's important to start now, by the way. Homeless issues is the worst problem they actually have, and that has a lot to do with the price of living there. Yeah. I don't know, guys. Polvinar. Ah. This lagoon? Is this the factory dumping a bunch of waste in here? Green Lagoon. Arceus Olitos. Beautiful place that few people know is Big Island and Tierra Fuego. I recommend going there, see beautiful place with natural history. Hopefully people will take care of it and know how to appreciate this natural wonder. The high voltage sign does not... It's real, haha. Why was this being flagged as a hotel? Not a hotel. Radioactive algae, yeah, there's just a fucking factory somewhere just dumping a bunch of sewage into this thing. Isn't it on an island? It's like, I don't know what you consider this, because this is weird. It's like inland, but you could totally see the sea comes through here, right? This is all probably going to be underwater, by the way, in the next 10 years, so. Except for this. No, it won't. The icebergs are not melting. There's a cute little city down here. Seems like almost all the cities over here have airports, probably for a reason, because it's next to impossible to get over here. Highway 3 ends here, guys. At Bahia La Pitia. I don't think I'd ever want to visit South America. Like, it seems pretty cool, but I totally feel like I'd get robbed, mugged, or have end up in a bathtub full of ice and my kidneys missing. Look like pretty nice homes. Like, Mexico is probably the furthest south I'd ever go in America. Even then, you risk having your kidneys farmed in Mexico, so. No. Cute. Not gonna do a GeoGuessr here, guys. There's a lot of really cool places in the world you just go and take a look at. Here. Ah. Lighthouse on Rocky Islet. True. Yeah. People are like, yeah, I don't want to live there. Library. Biblioteca Peninsula House. It's a library house. I mean, if you want to live in the middle of nowhere. Mine carts? Smiley. People reading books in the middle of nowhere? they're like hermits in the middle of nowhere. Good for them. 5 houses and a gas station. Probably a church there, too. There you go. Industry. Uninhabitable part of the city. Farmland? I don't think that's farmland. Ah. Riker yard? It's an oddly square part of their city. Oh. Ah, another radioactive lagoon. Uruguay. Buenos Aires. Oh. A big city. Very popular city, actually. Buenos Aires is Argentina's big cosmopolitan capital city. I think if I ever went to like a country that's kind of a third world country, just stick to whatever's touristy. Hopefully not get mugged. I think that's usually a safe bet. Is go to the touristy areas. A lot of people here. City in South America would not be complete without their industrial waste site. Their giant city. Okay. We could look at this all night, guys. We aren't going to. I want to play Doctor. It's taking all the wind out of my sails. It's depressing. Yeah. Like the equator, guys, right across here is just gonna get fucked. 0. Oh, it's further south. Kind of weird that there's actually the equator's right here, but the green areas are actually the deserts in Africa, for instance, are up here and then down here. We have deserts in the U.S. too. And there's Phoenix. Literally a city in the desert. If you guys didn't know, Arizona's a giant retirement community. Almost completely a retirement community. Great Salt Lake. This is all going to become. This is prime real estate up here, guys. The Northwest Territories. Where's the capital in the Northwest Territory? Yellowknife? It is. Nothing up here. I think mainly the stuff that happens up here is oil related in Alaska and in northern Canada. I traveled to Australia and Europe and Canada. So the rest of the place happened naturally. World with mouth. Yeah. I've already been to, well, northern Canada, some parts of northern Canada. Mexico, and then I've been to Europe a couple times, which is good. I definitely think that people living in Europe should visit the US once in their lifetime and vice versa. At least once in your lifetime you should visit Europe, because things are done better, worse, and sometimes just differently depending on where you go. Russia's fucking huge. Why the fuck do they even need to visit anyone? Like, look at all this space here. And Russia has like half the population of the US. They're bigger than the US. They have more resources. There's more going on here, and then they feel the need to invade Ukraine. The fuck's wrong with them? They can literally do a bajillion things up here. Up here, no one to stop them in their own territory. 5 bajillion different things up here. And instead they're like, yeah, let's go invade Ukraine all the fucking way over here. Let's go invade Ukraine. That's a great idea. Moscow's so far away from the center of Europe, too. Or Russia, look at that. It's like a shitload of wilderness in Russia. Area with nothing in it. Like, yeah, man, let's just go and invade fucking Ukraine. What the fuck, guys? Anyways. Let's move along. Let's do our uploads today and get through things. We spent enough time talking about that. Depressing. I can't take over the world, guys. My strategy for world domination will not happen if the world goes to shit. It doesn't work. Don't visit California or New York. I disagree. You can visit wherever the fuck you want. Kind of weird you picked very left-leaning areas of the U.S., Slane. Would you be against them visiting Texas, too? Or, Virginia? Yeah, we couldn't export a video yesterday, could we? Why the fuck can I not connect my YouTube account? Oh, there, since yesterday I cannot export my Twitch streams to YouTube anymore since my channels are not connected for some reason. I bet there's some sort of fucking internal cap at Twitch where I'm too small of a streamer to use bandwidth, so then they just disabled it for my account because I was exporting videos. Let me try Edge. Sometimes stops working. It's like it fixed in about a week. California has a lot of pretty interesting places to visit, just like New York. Very big areas. It's occupied areas in the U.S. too. Just like Texas. Go everywhere, not just one particular area. There's a lot of places. Anyone that's visited the U.S. from Europe, it's always generally thinks the same thing, which is there's just a lot of space in the U.S., which is true, where you can just drive for miles and not see anything. I feel like every country has gone to shit. I don't think it's that bad. The social justice wars that are going on in the U.S. right now are definitely not helping us out, though. If you guys have seen what's going on with Rings of Power, Witcher, Wheel of Time, and then House of the Dragon. Yeah. Like they're race swapping a lot of characters, and people are finding problems with that, and then people are calling those people racist, isms, ists, or phobes, as it turns out, because you want things to actually, be correct to what lore would look like. So in House of the Dragon, for instance, they have Valyrians, and they have some black Valyrians now, and only all the timelines or all the family like history was already written out, and they basically just replaced some characters with just some black people, as it turns out. And then people were raising flags about that, and they're like, yeah, no, it doesn't matter because it's a fantasy world, right? You can do whatever you want in a fantasy world for representation, which is kind of weird because the Valyrians in general were generally in Game of Thrones or Song of Fire and Ice and Fire, are basically inbred. They all fuck each other. Yeah, and especially the House of Targaryens. They all fuck each other, that's why they all look alike. So when you get someone that doesn't look like everyone else, it makes you go, huh, did you fuck the mailman? Sort of thing, right? But they don't actually have a backstory for them, so they didn't actually come up with a reason why they look the way that they do, right? Like, they're from a different part, they were adopted, someone did fuck the mailman, right? They didn't come up with any reason why there's actually differences between the story, they just threw them in. And just cuz. And people are finding fault with that because it doesn't make sense, right? Genetics. If you imagine genetics, I look like my parents. Everyone has parts of their parents in them because it's genetics. As a spermie goes into a little egg and swims into a little egg, it combines the DNAs, and then we become variants of our parents. That's just the way it fucking works in terms of genetics. And that's what determines your skin suit. What I look like on the outside and my bone structure is all from my fucking parents. I'm trying to draw around myself. This isn't a language. This is body gestures. My fleshy human meat bag is from my parents. Genetically, what I am as a person is not my parents. However, the skin suit that I'm wearing is my parents. I mean, my parents. Are you saying I'm ugly? I don't think I'm ugly. I definitely could look a lot worse. No. I didn't say that was a bad thing. I'm just saying that you look like your parents because of genetics. That's just the way it goes. Let's see. I guess I have to manually download my videos and then upload them to YouTube until this is fixed. Yeah, it looked like it got fixed about 5 days after it broke. Twitch down. Twitch, YouTube, export. Polls. Any last week? Good. Okay. I guess we aren't going to upload a video. Let's move on to the Reddit then. Say no to greed. Heroes locked in the battle pass. Okay. I want free things. Give me free things right now. Heroes or skins? What? That's kind of weird. That would be pay to win if they're locking heroes into the battle pass. Spoiler, won't be much single player. They ditched the PvE mode for a PvE experience, aka the events, which we have with Archive. I wouldn't count on anything being major happening in that development, since their focus shifted from Overwatch to OV2 with a campaign to Overwatch 2 as live service. I mean, it was a live service in Overwatch 1. Huh. So the one reason to buy Overwatch 2 was, well, besides you needing it, was the PvE content. Good. Can't but think about Overwatch. This team's decision to make heroes unlockable seems a lot like EA's decision to do something with Battlefield 2. Yeah, you mean it's a monetary model? Weird, huh? Locking characters behind the battle pass, regardless of it's the free pass or not, is a horrible idea. It should just sell characters. It should just be like League of Legends and no one can bitch, where you just have a hero on a shop and you can buy the hero or you can eventually grind it out and take time to do so. Suck my dick, Slain. Take your resident sleeper and shove it. This game's launch will flop just like Halo Infinite? No, because people play Overwatch. Yeah, no. Unlocking heroes is a terrible idea for this game in particular, as opposed to Overwatch? Or opposed to League of Legends? Not really. Locking heroes behind anything is not a good idea. Give me free things. More than greed, it's behaviorism. The fuck does that mean? I just completely misused a term. It's weird, guys, when people don't realize that you have to pay for stuff, and a video game company has to make money, and then they get angry when you have to charge for things. It's pretty absurd. Yeah. Basically, all games have, like, either you have to pay a large upfront cost and then expect no support, or not a large, an upfront cost and expect no support and updates, or they need a way of continually monetizing their game over time, which includes transactional model, microtransactions, guys, skins, heroes, things that you can buy and use, which is what League of Legends has been doing for a decade at this point. And apparently you can't do that anymore. Entitled fuckery right there, guys. And they didn't want them to have loot boxes, by the way. They said no more loot boxes in Overwatch 2. Yeah. Can't do that, and then they got angry that they had to find a different way to monetize their game. Oh, hilarious. Okay. Reddits. So it's still weird to this day, guys, that there's people that don't understand that people, like, game companies have to make money. I don't understand that. Like, it's great. Free things would be great, right? I love free things. Everyone loves free things. But how do you expect Blizzard to stay in business, right? They have to pay their bills. They have to pay their developers. So how are they going to pay their developers? Crowdsource it? Yeah, just start a GoFundMe for Blizzard? Jesus Christ. Oh, what the fuck is wrong with people? What's with the crosshair hate on the sub? There's a crosshair hate on the sub? I don't care if people use crosshairs with Huntress. Spending points on Pyramid Head be like, there's 2 add-ons you want? Is worth. Yeah. That includes World of Warcraft. You know World of Warcraft's a subscription game, right? And most of their games have a subscription model or a monetary model in it. Overwatch does not. Overwatch is not a pay-to-play game. It's pay once. And that's it. And then they aren't going to have loot boxes anymore, so... Prediction against survivors is thumb of animation when they use reassurance. The white glow isn't good enough? Still 150 plans and 3 characters, everyone being stingier. Does nobody have any left? They should all have some left. I literally talked about this a couple days after the event ended. PSA. Never pay a subscription fee to play a game. Okay, you don't need to. I mean, just don't play the game then, right? If you're an adult, $15 a month is like jack shit. So, the way I look at it, in terms of bills, you have health insurance, you have rent, you have to pay to stay alive. In terms of food, gas, utilities, yeah, $15 a month is jack shit. So, I mean, you aren't subscribed to 5 million games, it's not that much money. It doesn't work for kids, though, that basically have no income, so disposable income. Why a lot of people objected to the subscriber model. That, and also you can't just try games on a whim, right? You can't just play a game for a whim. I don't mind, which is why I don't mind microtransactions, by the way, at all. I can't play the heroes. Okay, I'll buy the heroes if I enjoy the game. Like with Dead by Daylight, I didn't buy the heroes to begin with. I bought the base game, played it for a couple months, and then bought the heroes that I wanted off of a Steam sale, and then played the game and unlocked some heroes with iridescent shards. I think they are the iridescent shards, and now I just buy the DLCs when I want to because I play the game forever. So yeah, you can weigh and balance your finances in a way that is appropriate to you because you're an adult. So you killer that this game feels like should be free with the game. No. I mean, not really. Why would you think that? I guess. I would say that there should be more perks in the shrine, though. The shrine should have like 8 perks per week. A lot of fucking perks. Alright. Done and done. Alright, let's move on to the... Yeah. You paid for a subscription once and it ruined your father's credit score. How the fuck would that happen? Oh, did you find like one of his credit cards he doesn't use and doesn't keep up with because he doesn't think anything's on it? And then use that one? And then he just missed a bunch of payments? Oh, yeah. Good job, sincerely. Good job. Good job. I actually, when I was younger, I subscribed to one of a video game. It was Earth and Beyond, I think it was. It was a space MMORPG when I was younger for a couple months. Stopped because it actually wasn't that fun. I realized it was one of my first introductions with how unfun grinding is. And I couldn't understand why people could just sit there and turn off their minds. Yep. Found the credit card in his desk or hidden in a wallet somewhere that he never touches, and you thought it was secret treasure or something. You'll never know. Complete opposite. Complete opposite. The ones that are not touched are the ones you have to be careful of. Yeah. But you're a kid. You don't know better. I gotta watch my coffee cup out, guys. We're gonna play some Dibs. Yeah. Be right back, guys.
I'll kill you quickly. You will not live to see the dawn.
Oh, yeah? Good. So, we're probably going to be playing some Nemesis. We'll see how the game's going. Maybe we'll play some Doctor, guys. Kind of wanted to play Doctor. Never really completely played him out. Sale, okay. Put on the shite. Set of party streamers, too. Yeah. Exactly. Exactly what I was thinking too. Take a look at that. Oh, my fucking Jesus Christ. Yep, next game. Right? Pretty good one, by the way. Gems of knowledge for me right there. Everyone else, it makes you go, huh, did you fuck the mailman? Sort of thing, right? But they don't actually have a backstory for them. So they didn't actually come up with a reason why they look the way that they do, right? Like they're from a different part, they were adopted. Someone did fuck the mailman, right? They didn't come up with any reason why there's actually differences between the story. They just threw them in. And just cuz. And people are finding fault with that because it doesn't make sense, right? Genetics. If you imagine genetics, I look like my parents. Everyone has parts of their parents in them because it's genetics. As a spermie goes into a little egg and swims into a little egg, it combines the DNAs and then we become variants of our parents. That's just the way it fucking works in terms of genetics. And that's what determines your skin suit. What I look like on the outside and my bone structure is all from my fucking parents. Oh, you guys can't see that, by the way. That's okay. You heard it. Everyone else, pretty good. I mean, it's true. It's 100% true. Did you fuck the mailman? And we got a anonymous profile. Fuck the mailman. It's like you can't even say that anymore because it implies that if someone looks different than their parents, you know, you're being insensitive to their family and what's happening internally in their family, right? And they could just be adopted. But, yeah, for the most part, that's also a reasonable question is whether or not they fucked the mailman. And that's not even the way genetics work, by the way. So if you have some really, in the case of House of the Dragon, the Valyrians that they have are very dark skinned. Uh, they're like borderline Wesley Snipes dark, which, once again, there's no problem with skin color, but rather, if you mix someone that's incredibly pale with even the darkest black, you're going to end up somewhere in between. That's once again how genetics work. You don't end up on either end of the scale. It's like skin color is like a combination of both parents. I don't think there isn't like a regressive gene in maybe gingers or albinos function that way. Fuck the mailman, yeah. Like even then, it's going to be a combination of the two halves. So if you have a mailman over here that is the darkest dark you can imagine, and someone over here is the palest white that you can imagine, they're going to end up somewhere in between, regardless of genetics, or regardless of the starting parents. I think there's something that bucks the trend with recessive genes and like outliers, but I think that's mainly with albinos and people that are like gingers. Like I think orange hair can just be something that's just random. Like you can become someone with red hair just randomly. That's not the way it works though for most people. Got another no name. Jailbait. Did I just accidentally reveal my username and then someone's watching my chat and then now I'm just getting somehow figured out my username based on the people I just played with? See people with OnlyFans in their name too. This guy is anonymous though. Yeah, it's true. I mean, it used to be like an old joke, right? It's, have you seen their kid? Their wife probably fucked the mailman, sort of thing. Because it's true. That's how genetics works, guys. It sucks. Welcome to the real world. That's why it's so unbelievable when you have a character that doesn't look like they fit the part at all. Especially with inbreeding. With inbreeding, how do you think we got pugs? Why do you think pugs exist in the world? Do you think two dogs in like a normal circumstance in real life would ever have made a pug? No, it's through a shitload of inbreeding. We end up with like these qualities that are innate to a pug, right? And it could never survive in the wild and has all sorts of health issues, but that's a pug. It's an abomination of inbreeding. And that's the same thing with Valyrians and Targaryens in House of the Dragon. That's why they look so much like each other, and it's why it's creepy, is because it's through inbreeding. Yeah. So then when you get some black Valyrians just out of nowhere, you're like, yeah. You know how you're in high school and you have like the series of things that don't align with each other, that don't fit, and you're just like, yeah, this one kind of stands out right here. And then it ruins immersion. Regardless of what people say, it 100% ruins immersion. If you know anything about Valyrians or Targaryens, like everyone's super white, like pastel white, not like albino white, and then you just got some people of color thrown in there. Like they go out of their way too to make them all look the same, except for the people of color. And they have like white hair too, which I don't really understand. I don't think another fucking what's going on here? Look at this shit. Another one, guys. Oh, I forgot to put on my standby screen too. I swear to God, something just fucking happened when I revealed that lobby. We had a normal first lobby, and I accidentally revealed it. Can't take you guys anywhere. What we're waiting for? I mean, they what was it like? A couple series like waited 2 years. They had like leap years, and they just turned to shit too. Uh, what's a good one that did a leap year and then it was just garbage? Game of Thrones did a leap year, and to make it better, and they just made it worse. Actually, turned out worse. Barry had a leap year, actually two leap years because of COVID, and it was fucking terrible. It's supposed to be a comedy. It's not a comedy anymore. And apparently, there's another season now. Like, I'm totally not gonna watch. I haven't watched the last episode of the current season. I don't think people that write shows know that they're supposed to be entertaining in some way now. Like they just use it as a political platform. They don't realize they're actually supposed to be entertaining. What? What? Just done some changes. Riftbreaker. What's this? That's one of the problems with the last playthrough Riftbreaker was it was running into issues with it wasn't even CPU, it was pathfinding. Like the game just went to a grinding halt. We've recently seen a new patch introducing a large number of improvements and optimizations to CPU performance and memory consumption. It wasn't CPU related because neither my CPU nor GPU were maxed out. It was definitely pathfinding. This might be a patch for you. Naturally, the potential performance gain will depend on the gameplay situation, but we're optimistically to change more optimizations to come. Memory usage, frame buffer memory use, your performance by 10%. Choose various optimizations. Sound samples are streamed, so I don't think we had any problems with memory because I have fucking 32 gigs. So it's 100% pathfinding that we're having issues with. It doesn't sound like they're just doing these are like optimizations. These aren't like complete overhauls. It was definitely pathfinding that just shit the bed. Ah, Earthbreakers. This must be another game from the same publisher. I've seen this before on Twitch or on Twitch. This is the Beaver Simulator. September 7th. Hmm. Would you prefer an entire series released or a series that releases once every week? I prefer all episodes released at once. However, you don't need to do that. You can just wait. You don't need to watch them once per week. I just wait and binge watch it. So, yeah. Yeah. Practice a little self control and then just watch it all at once, or you can bitch about them being released, one at a time, right? That's not an issue. That's a you problem or a me problem, right? And if you don't like the format, just wait till they're all released at once. And if it's something that's spoiler heavy, what I'll do is I'll usually watch up to the last maybe two episodes. I'll catch up 2 episodes beforehand. So it's kind of like binge watching, but not really. And that's usually when all the spoilers happen. I want to make a post on this, guys, but I don't want to spend time doing this right now. Like, I want to make a post here that we did. We tweeted at them. Wait, if we wait, maybe I'll do this after the stream. If I wait longer, it's going to not be as impactful because they probably won't look at the comments. I think I made a comment on one of their posts. They get lost. I definitely made one on Twitter. Okay. Back with you guys. Back to the abyss. Now I have to do more things because I showed you guys my Steam. Can't take you guys anywhere, guys. But yeah, I don't really mind it because I could just not watch it and then just wait. So I don't really find a problem with episodic releases, and I know why they do it too, to make people keep coming back and seeing ads and keep their subscription going, right? Like with Stranger Things, with Netflix, where they made it so they released the last two episodes a month later, which they really didn't need to do. I thought it was going to be another season, but it wasn't. They released two episodes like a month later, and that was way too long. And they totally did it so people would stay subscribed. It boosts your subscription. Too bad. I'm pretty sure it's pathfinding. I'm pretty sure what's shitting the bed in Riftbreaker's pathfinding. And we made a post on that about fluid pathfinding from Supreme Commander, which is pretty good in my opinion. One moment, please. But yeah, interested. I think the most interesting thing that I'm waiting on right now is the new season of Witcher. Since HBO killed off, they killed off Raised by Wolves for whatever fucking reason. They killed off Raised by Wolves. Once again, it's probably too complicated for most viewers because you actually have to follow the plot. And then they renewed Westworld. The current season of Westworld really wasn't very good. It wasn't as bad as season 3, but it also wasn't as good as season 1 or 2. So yeah, they don't know what the fuck they're doing in that series anymore. Going back to the, I didn't barely even talked about it on stream because it was that bad. They just keep going back to the uh, same shit over and over. Visiting the same trough uh, theme parks. They just keep going back to the theme parks for whatever reason. It's over, and that stage of the series is done now. They're supposed to leave it and evolve the real world, and they didn't. Trying to make it a theme park. Good. Well, probably one of the best TV shows. Season 1 of Westworld was very good. And season 2 was alright, but it was basically finishing off season 1, and then they got a season 3 somehow. And then for somehow reason they got a season 4, which is even weirder. Because season 3 basically finished off the series, and then they got a season 4. and then it made it even less weird, or made it even less interesting. What the fuck are they doing? HBO used to be a place you could actually find good entertainment, and they aren't really doing that anymore. I don't know what happened. It's premium TV, right? Premium TV, and then they just stopped doing that. Probably got their social compliance officers railing on them. Social compliance officers, by the way, are an actual thing. You know, where they make sure your company is complying with how you're going to be viewed socially. Yeah. Word of fucking God, guys. We had like one normal game, and then just weird shit started happening again. Get to play it either because I accidentally revealed the lobby, which I think is one of the reasons. One of the reasons I think I'm in my current predicament right now. Knowers, they know things. Hmm. Yeah, I mentioned that before. Like the moment I fucking showed people, one of the reasons I have the standby screen was from this January where we had someone just come into my stream and say that someone messaged them and it was like trying to talk shit. Someone messaged them, and then we have people. What was it like a couple weeks ago? Where I called his friend a cheater, unrelated to DBD. Called his friend a cheater, and they added the Steam guy who was friends with the other guy that I called a cheater, and then they came into my chat. Yeah. You can't make this shit up. Oh, some fucking people, like they literally no life. Like, it's different if we have normal games. It's completely different. You can tell it's like night and day difference between the two. When weird shit's happening in my lobbies, and then when we have normal games, and they're just like, oh, hey, look, normal survivors. Wow, this is interesting. This reminds me of 2 days ago. We were just running into very sus names in the lobbies to begin with. Yesterday was fine though. Weird shit, guys. Ooh. Oh no, Witcher 3's next season's coming out next year. That sucks. So Witcher's on like a year and a half release schedule too. They don't know when to stop. I've probably camped someone out and they took it to heart and now it's their life goal to fuck with me because they have nothing in their life. Oh jeez. Like the weird thing is like my stream is almost completely detached from my Steam too, so it has to come from my stream. It wasn't always the way though. I think for a while I had my username as my Twitch name. This is one of the first things I changed. Part of doing finagling in the background, and then it slowly evolved in how I've changed and tried to prevent people from finding me in the game. Although since my Steam profile has had any information on me related to Twitch, though. Also slow queues, but that was weirdly. Last night we had all right queues. The night before we had insanely slow queues, and they're all super fucking sus. Not sure exactly what to believe here. Biggest fans of your stream snipers? It actually was that way for a while. And like back when I allowed that shit, where I wouldn't, I allowed people to sit in my stream and talk shit to me. That was a horrible idea, by the way. My H1Z1 days and PlanetSide 2. Not so much H1Z1, but PlanetSide 2. I'd figure they'd eventually come around. Like eventually they would come around and be nice to me, and we'd all get along and happen. And they're just assholes, and they need to be removed from my channel because they can't help themselves. Angry gamer. But yeah, that was actually is kind of weird. For a while, I had some people that seemingly like really liked my channel, but at the same time, constantly wanted to fuck with me or try to make me have a bad. It's I don't understand. It's like abusive relationship shit, codependent abusive relationship shit. I don't have time to be your fucking psychiatrist. Fix your own fucking life. People are weird, especially when it comes to online. Some people think like online isn't like real life in terms of I'm like I exist in real life, right? I'm a real person, and you should act towards people online how you'd act towards them in real life for the most part. So don't be complete douchebag and psychopathic. Weebs, clan tags, someone from Japan. Yep. What's season three's Witcher release date? Oh, it looks like there's going to be an animated prequel, Witcher Blood Origin, will release in 2022. I guess it's not coming this year. I don't understand this, guys. Like, it used to be a thing where a TV series would have like fucking 20 episodes in a year, and now we're down to like 10 and 8, and they can't even do that in a year. What the fuck happened? Blood Origins upcoming fantasy miniseries created by Declan Baron Lauren Schmidt and adapted Witcher books will serve as a prequel to Netflix. I guess it's not animated at all. One of them was animated. Fucking Four Globe Lobby, next game. We aren't doing Four Globes anymore, guys. Too many of them are cheat lobbies, so. Set 1,200 years before the events of the television series Blood Origin will depict the creation of the first Witcher, as well as the events leading to the conjunction of spheres. Also explore the ancient elven civilizations before its demise. Very cool. Looking forward to it. Unfortunately, with what's going on in the U.S. as far as entertainment goes, guys, there has been discussion. I think it was from the writer of The Witcher, who's lamenting that he should have had more diversity in his books, despite the fact that he lives in fucking he lives next to Vikings. Yeah, apparently he was supposed to have more diversity in his work than he did. That's kind of sad when you have someone that makes a great work and then they feel as though they're required to do certain things to appease certain groups of people. Anonymous name. What the fuck's happening? You guys can stare at the screen with me. There you go. A lot of users on Twitch or the internet are people who are handicapped some way for the most part. Any antisocial gamers for all walks of life, and most of them are strange. I don't think so. I think a lot of people make themselves weird and strange because they end up being antisocial because of the amount of time they spend online. I mean, not that you can't have your own quirks. A lot of people have quirks, right? Then people think that their quirks are an excuse to not act like a normal human being. Act, acceptable, right? Don't be an asshole. And then feeling that it's socially correct to do so. Good, guys. We'll find a game, don't worry. This is very reminiscent to what happened on Tuesdays. What's happening Tuesdays night. But a four-man globe, guys. Yep. This is the same, like I said, this is the same shit that's happening on Tuesdays. We just get a boatload of globe lobbies. Made no sense. Yesterday was fine. Just getting a bunch of globe lobbies over and over and over again. And also our queues are taking forever, too. One crazy creates 10 crazy? Yeah. When people allow their chat to fester like that, it does make kind of a shitty place for the internet. And then they pool over to other people's channels, too, where they think they can act the same way in other people's chats as they do in their father streamer's channel, right? In their parents' channel. Jesus Christ, guys. I know if we take a game, guys, it's going to be the same shit as cheats1. If this is setting off my bullshit Adar again. We had the first lobby tonight, guys, was perfectly fine. The first fucking lobby was perfectly fine, and then immediately went into this shit again. And I mistakenly showed the screen when I queued for it. The only reason we didn't fucking play it was because I showed the screen. Another globe lobby again. Unbelievable shit, guys. What's going on here? I really need a second. I think I need a second DVD account. I don't want one because I have to rebuy everything and then regrind everything. Mistakes were made. Apparently, did. Can't make this shit up. I don't know what the fuck's. Like I said, first lobby was fine, and the only reason I dodged it was because I showed the names. Now every single one of our other lobbies has TTVs in it, clan tags, entirely all globes, anonymous profiles. Yeah, which we didn't have last night, by the way. Last night was fine. Last night was okay. It was perfectly fine. I did my last rift to finish the rift, which was doing challenges that slow you down. And you talking about that orange glyph from yesterday? That was horrid. That was horrid. We just luckily beat that shit. Buddy, that orange glyph can suck my dick. Absolutely terrible shit. If you guys are curious, take a look at yesterday's last stream. It was bad. There's a glyph that you do that makes you vault 50% slower. You break pallets 50% slower. You hit generators 50% slower, which means it takes 2 times as long. You get stunned for 50% as long, and missed attacks add an additional 5.5 seconds to a missed attack. Yeah, cooldown. It's absurd. It's absurd. Yeah, and you have to get 6 hooks. You have to get 6 hooks in order to finish the objective, which I think is bugged. And basically, if you get 3 kills, which we did, it will still finish, even though we didn't get 6 hooks. Yeah, that was ridiculous. I just bitched the entire fucking time. That was horrid. That was absolutely horrid. Absolutely absurd shit. And they expect that to work at high MMR. I luckily did that. We did that with Noed. Yeah, it was insane. And then the fucking survivors think they're hot shit because they can't tell when something's wrong with the game, so they just think that they looped you forever. And regardless, like the one guy I was actually chasing figured out that I was getting stunned for longer, and then just kept trying to hit me with pallets constantly, which they did successfully. Yeah, it was horrid, absolutely fucking horrid. I don't even know, guys. You guys are curious, take a look at that game. That's pretty good. I just spent the entire time bitching. It was bad. I wouldn't have never, if at the end of that challenge, guys, I would never do that again. I'd never play that challenge ever again. The eye cancer one, the white shit on your screen, that was bad, but it wasn't as bad as that. I don't know who. You could have done the 50% longer breaking walls and hitting gens, and it would have conveyed everything that needed to happen in terms of pain to the killer. So, how much does BHVR hate killers? Try the orange glyph and then come back to me. The challenge glyph, huh? It's 3 challenges too. It's 3 different things that fuck you. And that's counting multiple things in the same thing. The fucking 50% longer pallet stun, though? Oh, God. It's supposed to be 30%, but it definitely feels like 50. Yeah. Good for you that you can finish it no problem. Good for you. People just run around randomly like chickens with their heads cut off. Good for you. You can just hit them randomly and then complain about the fact that they go back to a boon that you don't stop and heal. Can't think of another streamer that does that. Yeah. No use strategies or tactics. Maybe it's a dock bug, I'm sure. Another anonymous name, guys. Maybe BHV are tying the MMR back? Yeah, I'm kind of feeling like I need a second account. So even if you do the combine thing, you connect the accounts with Epic and with Steam, it combines everything into one account. It doesn't clone it. So you don't have two different cloud IDs, unfortunately. I don't know, it might be easier. I did that for a little bit in January, right, during Experiment 1. Depends on how they're finding me, to be perfectly honest. Guy from earlier that we dodged. Fuck. Do it. What? Why? What? Someone with a one-letter name. I remember when we disconnected, though, I lost basically 2 weeks worth of progress. TV that doesn't stream. What's wasting time? I mean, it's not like I get anything out of it. There's so many people that have played this game. I should just leave my fucking account. Just leave Dead by Daylight open for hours so I have a couple thousand hours. A lot of hours per year. You know. Leave your game open 24/7, guys, and then talk about how many hours you have in the game. Good stuff. I think we've been waiting in queue for 40 minutes at this point. And dodging lobbies. Take me to Ormond, I swear to fucking God, okay. Cam off for first game. Let's see. Let's see, guys, if I should have dodged this lobby. Let's see. It was 3 globes, 1 Steam profile, who has a one-letter name, and one of the globes was someone I dodged already. So I saw some other streamers get held hostage today as well. You guys are curious about that. Who was it? Hexy. But Hexy plays against Shipbird, so I think he's in a special streamer MMR at this point. They put him in his sanctuary. He can play against people that allow him just to run around the map and randomly hit them and do jack shit. which is probably like mid MMR, low MMR, where you can just run around and hit people randomly and you don't get punished for it. Oh, jeez. let's see what kind of game we have, guys. I'm just going to take one, but I took the last two ones. I took a game, which I took the 4-globe lobby, and that was just immediately a 4-man ultra swift cheat lobby. So let's go breaker cuck door. I probably should just put on my good add-ons immediately too. I didn't do. I don't think we're gonna get a warm-up game. There's Steve. Cuck door. King indicators. First.
Oh.
Like it, Steve? I got another one. Hey, buddy. Hey, buddy. He just fucked the pooch. Second most done gen is over there where he was. I don't know if there's 3 people on his gen or if they split. Let's go over to his gen. Is there a second person on here, guys? Nope. Was not. Tap this guy. I don't know why I get the packet loss indicator. I don't have any problems with packet loss normally. Yeah, back. Hook right there on the side. Looks like one of our zombies is broken. Break it. Rescue again. I wish you'd turn the indicator white if they actually use reassurance. Base jump. Bye. Yes. Steel seems very fast. Oh. No. Pretty sure this is a cheat lobby. Pick up aisle 2. Hey, buddy. Remember this? Drop. You gonna pre-drop me again? You should. Either auto dead hard or stipdick. I think it's a stipdick. Take. W keyed. Let's go pick up our friend here, who's still on the ground, by the way. Oh, they just got her up. Bye. Oh. God, zombie. Good. This is gonna take too long. I think we're gonna double back immediately. Yeah, it's too long. She seems fast too. Definitely gonna unhook. That's fine. Seems very fast. BR? It looked like he had BT. So once again, if you have BT, I don't know why you'd ever do that. I feel like that should hit just now. This is gone. They did have a styptic. Bye, Steven. If you have BBT, guys, I have no idea. Or BT, I have no idea. Or not, excuse me. If you have OTR, I have no idea why you'd spin on a killer and hope them to hit you. Like, it makes no sense. Nothing. Go up. Not make that one. She is slower than Steven is. Look at the wall. Looking at the wall. Take control. Oh. We'll go over here then. Don't you worry. I got another hook for you. Not as good as that one, but pretty good. Regardless, so. Is that zombie broken too? Hook now. Bye. Nowhere. DS now. No OTR. Oh. We're gonna act like we're going back over to the same hook by that gen. They're probably gonna sabo it. Not. Wow. Not sure why they didn't sabo, but you know. Sure. Me. You know where both of them are. Hey buddy, got one for you too. Tapping back. Goes for unhook. Okay, we'll hook her here, and then go after the other guy. Bye. She touched the gen, too, because she's brilliant. She probably thought I was actually going to camp her. We don't need a camper. Hey, buddy, I got one for you right now. Have that guy. Alright. Actually, we can't do that. She's just going to run and play for Hatch, isn't she? Alrighty. Yeah, because the other guy killed himself on hook. So. Live? No. Going for pickup once again. Notice how long it takes us to catch up to her. I think all these guys are running speed hacks. This is a long fucking W key. Yep. Bye. Yeah, gotta keep W keying. Hey, buddy. We're gonna get the Bloodlust too. Yeah, this guy's 100% cheating too. That's just a giant W key right there. This is another cheater. We got to Bloodlust 2, guys, in a W key chase. Yeah. Across the entire fucking map. Now we wait for a 4% deliverance. Ah, look at those nice pings. These guys are totally from the US. 100% from the US. They aren't, by the way. So Steve was cheating. 05 is definitely cheating. Pretty ridiculous. RNG for Hatch now. First lobby definitely had people cheating in it. Fucking Bloodlust 2 and a straight W key. You gotta be fucking kidding me, dude. Dead spot? No, it's not. For lick? So, probably gonna have more of our cheats1 games, guys. Shit. Mm-hmm. 05 is team. Good for them. Matt, he went around the kill shack a lot. Uh-huh. Yeah, no, this is 100% a cheater. Very, very fast. So just W keying. She took us around the entire map from one side to the other side, then back to the other side with the guy on the ground. That was definitely like a 109, 110%. If you guys are curious about a comparison in there, if you play Shape, Shape runs at 105% in stage 1. He runs at 105%. If you guys are curious about that for a comparison, you can normally compare 110 versus 115 if you play 110 killer, let's say Trickster or Huntress. You know how fast or how long it takes them to catch up. It took us a really, really long time. That was with Bloodlust, by the way. We caught her in Bloodlust 2. Yeah. That's absurd. Yeah. And also off the hook. Yeah, when people are rescued from the hook, they run at 110% as well. Yeah. Probably even a better comparison is when people are off hooked and you're chasing them. When they have BBT on. That's 110%. That guy was running at about 110% the entire time across the map. I gotta take a piss, guys. I'll be right back. First game. Wonderful. Be right back. Yeah. A more accurate comparison to what was happening there is how fast you catch up to someone after they unhook with BBT, as opposed to that. I guess you don't know what live is. Yeah, I've never seen at high MMR, guys. I've never seen an exhaust in my life, ever. Yeah, and we caught her in BL2, BL1 to BL2, and that's like 125% or something. It's something absurd. We're running 25% faster than her. Let's see. Maybe it's not 25%. Below us 2 is 0.4 meters a second, and it doesn't give you the percentage. Blood lust. Let's see. Wiki, by the way, for this game is fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. Normal walking speed is 4.6. Yes. So an extra 0.4 would be 12%. Yeah, so I was going like 125%. E. So normally you run at 4.6 meters a second, and I hate when they don't use the, they give you the movement speed and then they give you percentages. Some percentages are easier based on a percentage of survivor speed. 0.4. Not quite 10%. A little bit less than that, 8%. I think it depends on the MMR you're at. And I think it also has to do with the region. That would explain why people in Europe tend to be easier. I think it has a lot to do with the region you're in, too. By the way, that's not just Dead by Daylight. It seems like less people cheat in Europe in general. Over the years I've played this game, guys, or games in general, and streamed on Twitch. I remember in H1Z1 us going to Europe and playing on Europe because there's a lot of China cheaters on the US servers. And for a while there, it was actually pretty pristine. Also in Fortnite, I went and played on the European servers as well. So I think it depends on what region you're in and what MMR you're at, too. The higher MMR, the more people you're going to get. I'd say super low MMR is going to get cheaters, and high MMR is going to get cheaters. Low MMR is going to be where people start before they get caught. And high MMR is just where people end up that are cheating. Other TTV. And Anonymous. Yeah, I don't think so. I mean, there are definitely gamers in EU. There are plenty of geeks in EU. Don't get me wrong. There are 100% people in EU that play video. So I don't think like inherently people in EU are worse at video games. I think less people cheat in EU. In the US, there's a lot of spoiled and entitled fucks in general, and then we get people from Asia over here too. China #1. And also, if you have a cheat culture, it encourages other people to cheat too. So if they see someone that's cheating and doing stuff that's fucking weird, it encourages other people to cheat as well, right? If no one's abiding by the laws, so why would I abide by the laws? I don't think it's 50%. It's really high. I think at one point I hypothesized that high MMR, depending on your game, it's around 20%, 25%. 50 is very difficult, or very high. Maybe at like competitive, highly competitive, like top 500 in Overwatch. Something like that. That's probably just in... not endowed. Inebriated? It's caked with cheaters. Once again, because that's just where people end up if they're, especially if they're skilled and they cheat at the same time. And then they get on a comp team. It really does make me wonder, like, how many people, like, kind of try out for comp teams and just end up on one, even though they're cheating. And they just kind of, like, they aren't able to perform, but people keep picking them up because they perform online, but they can't perform in tournaments. Someone could make, like, a spreadsheet on their, like, kills per game and, like, accuracy and compare, like, a real-life tournament versus... I've talked about this before. Compare a real-life tournament versus their actual stats on a website. I think that'd actually be very, very interesting. Obviously, other things can weigh into that, like performance anxiety, right? But it would give you... Because you can only depend on real-life stats. And even then, sometimes you can't. Memer. That. Ultra sweats. Our globe just left. If we can't fill that slot, I'm just going to requeue. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, that's a problem in the industry. That's, at this point, right? People should be expecting better from Blizzard, DICE, Epic, all the big names, right? Riot. They all need to get together and they need to have a round table meeting about cheating, or just a black hat conference for cheating. And they don't. They don't. They just shovel it under the rugs and hope no one notices. And then they don't really offer just like even like good baseline anti-cheat, right? For all the small companies like BHVR. BHVR is still a pretty big company. They aren't indie. I wouldn't consider BHVR indie anymore. They have a lot of people playing this game. But even they don't feel the need to hire proper anti-cheat developers, so... Yeah. Here we are. Like, I don't think... As I mentioned before, I don't think I've seen any game that's been cheated at or hacked out as much as Dead by Daylight. And there's been a lot. I think one of the worst games prior to Dead by Daylight was Uma. When seeing people teleported across the map and forced into emotes and just, like, force-fed food and shit like that. Like, if cheaters can get into your lobbies, which shouldn't be anything under their control, if they can just outright get into your fucking lobbies because they want to, not because it's RNG and they're stream sniping you, that's something. And they're fucking, Trapper bot, stupid, like, how the fuck does it even happen? I'm with Swift. I hate counselors. Marijuana absorber. Okay. Guy that we've dodged before. I don't know why we keep getting paired against him. Again, I'm not in Europe. I'm not on a tiny little server in UK. Normally, I never see people ever again after we play against them. Yeah. And like fucking rage cheating, people flying around the game, holding games hostage for 2 hours? The fuck is that shit? How the fuck does it even happen? Just a check built into their code that closes the server after endgame collapse happens. It doesn't even exist. Like, hey guys, yeah, you shouldn't be here right now, bye. Holy shit. And then getting stunned head-on, like simple verification, validation. Getting head-on out of a locker for a couple minutes where you just get stuck in an animation. Like stuff that one client should have no control over. And then they can do stupid shit like DDoSing you and force closing the... Like, they can crash your game. talked about that before. I think the only time this game has ever crashed for me, besides Mom turning on the microwave, the only time this game has ever crashed for me is when I've played against cheaters. For what that's worth. Yeah, these keys are back to cheats1, guys. These are the same kind of keys we had cheats1. Wednesdays was alright. We had some pretty good games yesterday. Now we're back to the same shit. Where we're getting paired against sus names, clan tags, 4 globes, constant 4 globes, anonymous profiles, people that I've dodged before, which I didn't see at all yesterday, but I saw 2 days ago. Yeah. Shit. And by the way, I don't notice people because of their name. I notice them because they have the same profile picture, which is something no one else is running. Yeah. Despite them probably having different names, what I notice is the picture because I'm more picture related than word related. I don't know what that is. The term for that. Shapes. I notice shapes rather than numbers or letters. Now, they're anonymous profile, guys. Not making this shit up. Every fucking game. Every fucking goddamn game. Fuck is this shit? Yesterday we didn't run into any anonymous profiles. I think we ran into 1 anonymous profile. Maybe I should just replay my stream from yesterday. Maybe I should just sit here, guys, and we should watch yesterday's stream on screen. Hey, what the fuck happened in a day? It has to be BHVR related, or it had to do with me showing my screen at the beginning of the stream today. I don't know, it's pretty bad though. And like I said, BHVR isn't a tiny company. This isn't like an indie thing at this point. They're definitely a successful company 5 years, 6 years into this game. And they have to make pretty good... Are they a public company? BHVR Game Company. Wiki. Let's see the revenue. They have 900 employees. Products, Dead by Daylight, Fallout Shelter. I didn't know they made Fallout Shelter. That's actually relatively good. Bugs Bunny, Lost in Time. Are they private? They are. So we can't see the revenue because they aren't traded. Oh. Here's a report from 2021. 225 million in 2021. Canadian. What's that in the US? Probably 200 million? 180? 172 million. That's a pretty successful company, I would say. I don't know that much about video game development, you know, within reason, but I would say 172 million is pretty good revenue. Yeah. Maybe you can afford to have an anti-cheat department, BHVR. Make a tweet about that. Hey, Beachfire, I think when you make 172 million per year, you probably or you're probably out of the indie club and can hire some proper anti-cheat developers to fix your problems in DVD. Some simple. Now our queue times are insane. Simple validation and verification would go a long way. It really sucks. I really wish Twitter would allow you to write basically a paragraph. Not 2/3 of a paragraph, but a paragraph. And like your tags don't actually like there should be a tag budget where you can put tags in, but only a certain number of tags, and it doesn't count towards your characters in your post. That would actually just go a long way too. Still in queue, guys. Hey, what do we have this time? Another cheat lobby? Oh, this is looking good already. And we got squares. I love squares. Someone with a Japan name. Japanese characters, kanji. And now we can't get two other people next game. Well, tonight's the night of queues, guys. It's just the way things are going to go here. Don't worry. It's perfectly normal. Hey, BHVR, I think when you make 172 million per year, you're probably out of the indie club and can hire proper anti-cheat developers to fix your problems with Dead by Daylight. Some simple validation and verification would go a long way. Yep. Well, I had planned on playing Doctor today, guys, and it looks like we are not playing Doctor today, so. No. No, guys. They had to have, like, fucked with the MMR from yesterday to today again. I really do feel like I need to make another account at this point, guys. Just so when I'm doodling things, you won't even know that I'm doodling stuff. instead of doing a connected account. I think it has anything to do with my anonymous name, but maybe it does. Try changing that too. Well, at this point. This week's been pretty bad for cheating, guys. In general. Hope you guys are having a good evening, though. A good third fry, guys. Mm-hmm. If it makes you guys feel better, it looks like crypto's going up, too. Good, good, good. World's on fire, crypto's going up. Everything's in order. I should check on my Lancy post. Or they removed Lancy indicators. Nope, not updated at all. Got this time, guys. Where's again? What else I'm noticing is everyone that I am going against seems to have like 1,000+ hours for some reason. Get a private profile. Again. Queen is dead. Long live the king. Ninja everywhere, yeah. Because he wasn't satisfied with his paycheck on Twitch and his continued obsolescence. Because he neither performs in Fortnite nor has a remotely agreeable personality. Ninja takes like the whole egotistical thing to like 500. Most successful streamers on Twitch have a huge ego, but and then he doesn't want to play with people anymore because they might use him for his popularity, which is basically the MO of Twitch streams everywhere, if you guys didn't know that. Twitch is basically dealing with a bunch of people that are vultures, as one would expect in a workplace like this, where you pretend to be friends with people, but you're not. Dude, what the fuck is with my queue times, too? This is absurd. Like, once again, this is like cheats1 again. Just like toggling MMR on and off every other day. So what's going on right now? Beeb. ETV. Stream. Definitely a 4-man. Yes. Sure, 4-man. Well, I just turned off anonymous mode, by the way. You guys, it'll still look like you can't see their names, you can't see my name. But they can see my name. So, we'll see if that was influencing my cues. Second game of the night, 2 hours later. One of those nights, guys. Yeah, maybe I should play Rumbleverse. I don't know. We'll see how long this continues. All these guys were Steam. Let's cam off, too. All these guys were Steam. Cuckdoor. Bye, Cuckdoor. Oh, I forgot to change my add-ons. All that bitching, guys. Buddy. Hi. Okay. Nope, 3-man on the same gen. Have to be downstairs. And comp things to do. There have to be 3 people here. What? Very fast. No, desync. Back. She's a knower. No. This is a cheat lobby again, guys. All this shit straight out of the gates, though. Nope. That's a hit. Leave. No. She is very fast. I think she has, when she's behind structure, she gains distance. Gain speed. To know where she's gonna dodge. No. Late. She didn't have time to veer off. There had to be 3 people in that game, or in this gen area over here, guys. There's no way that gen had that much progress without 3 people. Or like maybe 2 BBMPs, maybe? Now there's someone here that tapped gen after she's gone. So probably Lane, waiting downstairs. So 2 people were here the entire fucking time, guys. And 2 gens are finishing just no problem while this is all going on. Break my gens too? Or my zombies? No, my gens. Yeah. Unhook. You should unhook just now. No reassurance. Someone was in the shack again. Neither of the 2 people that are in front of me right now, guys. Back now. There we go. And there's Michaela, who was waiting in the shack the entire time. I knew this was here. DS if she has it. No. They probably have BFT. Dude. Get over here. Upstairs gen had progress on it too. Tapping back. This isn't worth tapping. Someone should be going for rescue right now. Not. Shack, gen should be finishing shortly. Hey, buddy. That's not the second most done gen. Inside the shack has more progress than the gen does outside here, guys. Yeah, so they 99 to gen. There it is. She's just as fast as the guy with BBT right now. Actually, the guy with BBT is faster than me. Yeah. That W key. No other way around it, guys. This is a cheat lobby, once again. She is faster than me with BBT. Now the guy was just as fast as the guy with BBT. Yeah, look along. She's not even fucking running normally. Fuck off, bitch. It's like she's not even good at looping. She's just running like zigzags and stupid shit. And it doesn't fucking matter because she's cheating. She like went back and then went back in and all sorts of unoptimal shit in order to get in a certain position. Yeah. Michaela was running just as fast as the guy with BBT. A little bit slower, but the guy with BBT was running faster than me, so. Yeah. Good. Pallet's still here. We're gonna go up front. Got it. There might be a guy downstairs right now. I don't know. They fucked the pooch. Here behind a rock? I definitely heard a whimper. Was it the young Jin? Tapping back. We're actually going to sit over here because we want regression on this gen. Jonah? It is a Jonah. We know where everyone is. Tap. Back. Tap and back. Good job, Michaela. Imagine. Your turn, Jonah. These guys fucked themselves while cheating. It's my fault. Boiled and entitled like every good survivor, guys. RNG for Hatch now. Balanced. Yep. He's very fast once again. Knows. We're gonna leave. We're in W key and look for Hatch now. He's 100% too fast, so if we get, you'll be able to cover the entire map by the time we find Hatch. So it doesn't matter. Boiled and entitled, guys. I'm not fucking letting you out. We're gonna wait for 4 minutes for this to end. No, not that. Do it again, Jonah. Your friends can watch. You're going for maximal BM here, guys. He is very fast, too. All these guys are cheating. Oh my god. He knows the length of tier 3 whip. W key on me? Oh my god, he did. Good for him. Take the 5-minute DC instead of searching for a game for 2 hours. The thing about that, though, is it actually stacks, right? So you can't just disconnect. And after the fact, the survivors jerk off on you. The irrevocable damage to your ego is already done after you have to DC. So the survivors just jack off on you, so. Good. Hope you enjoyed the hunt, Jonah. $172 MS ping, guys. It was Rebecca is the guy that ran faster than me with BBT. I don't even have a fucking... I don't even have an exhaust. Neither of these guys have exhaust. Does anyone have parental guidance? No. Of course not. She actually fast? Yeah, the fucking Rebecca was insane. Not in a good way. Speed-wise insane. Yeah, that last hook, guys, when she unhooked the Rebecca and was chasing her, she was the same speed as I was. Roughly the same speed I was, which is 115%. This is like a four-man cheat lobby, guys. I don't think we really got on a chase with the young Jin. And then the gens just got done insanely fast while these guys are fucking with me. Who had the, it was a Michaela. I forgot, not Michaela, Rebecca. She sped up behind buildings. Corner boost. You know how to loop, relatively speaking, though. This fucking Rebecca was terrible too. Like she like double backed on herself and was doing all sorts of weird shit that good loopers never, or just good survivors should never do. But yeah, why don't I just take a DC, because your ego is irrevocably hurt the moment you take a DC. Anyone watching you just thinks you're a bad player if you DC. It's not the same thing as a survivor DCing. Unless people are rage cheating, I don't DC for matches for the most part. Yeah, it's too late after the fact. It'd be a good idea. From a logical standpoint, it'd be a good idea. Like that match, I mean, I was already in it at that point. If I DC, that's basically, unless like some really weird shit's going on, like where like they pop gens and the deadlock's just random shit on the map, which is basically rage cheating. Yeah. And then those guys had the gall to fucking DC exploit. They had the fucking gall to DC exploit after I got a 3-gen in the kill dungeon. Fuck off. There's no way we could have caught up with that Jonah if I chased him down instead of just finding the hatch. When you're in a situation like that, guys, you have to go for the hatch. You can't chase a survivor down unless they're hurt. They can cover a lot of distance. Whip and most ones like the entire distance in the map, so you have to basically just run and find the hatch. That's it. So, we tried our best, guys. We tried our best to avoid a cheat lobby, and then we ended up in a cheat lobby anyways, so. Oh. This has to be an MMR thing. BHVR is doing. Played against this guy before. We'll see how our games go tomorrow. We'll see if this is a trend. But yeah, it's not even like when we get into the games, like it's not even after the fact. So the only reason I'd assume that anonymous mode was influencing my queues is if there's some way to, for cheaters to avoid lobbies with anonymous queues in it, just like right out the gates. I don't know if that's true or not. Otherwise, it has to be MMR. Each verse picking who I'm being matched with. Most streamers today I was watching were having relatively normal games, though. But it does beg the question whether or not big enough streamers have streamer MMR. So they avoid all this shit. My paranoia, though, is no different than it was yesterday. What has changed is the kind of people we're getting. Lots of anonymous modes today. Anonymous names. Clan tags, globe lobbies, complete globe lobbies, excuse me, complete globe lobbies. How many in the way of crass names today, though? Clan tags. I don't know if I said that. And then insanely long queues. And anonymous mode. We got a lot of anonymous modes on Tuesdays too. And then yesterday, Wednesdays was perfectly fine. Perfectly normal. Normal like we had prior to this week. Hmm. Is it fast queue? Ah, and we got YYs. You guys remember YYs from when we played against people in H1Z1? Streaming platform where you can cheat on it. Yeah. Group from China. Oh. So I might need to figure out if BHVR is doing stupid shit behind the scenes with MMR. We might need to figure out another game to play. I'm thinking Rumbleverse. So if we get like weird lobbies like this, weird lobby nights, we might just play Rumbleverse instead. And then when we get normal lobby nights, which assume is something that I'm pretty sure this is BHVR doing this shit. I don't think this is cheaters doing this to me. And then when we get normal lobbies, we'll play DBD. Good. Just to try and play something different. Craft's name. Guy we played against before. I just left like I had a stink on me. Joking. My lobby's gone. And we aren't going to stick around to see what kind of group we get instead, so. So, yeah, I think something's going on right now with MMR, guys. Maybe I should try the Epic Store again and see if we have the same problems on that. Do a connected account again. One of the problems with playing on the Epic Store was it seemed like people wouldn't stay around to shit talk you at the end of the match. Yeah, I think that, I don't think it's me. I think they tightened up the MMR just like they did on Tuesdays. I think they tightened the MMR. Like most of the, I'm not showing it to you guys, but most of the players that I've seen, I don't normally care whether how many hours people have, but most of the counts that I've seen have at least 1,000+ hours tonight. So, and that's not normal for me. You'll get a variety of people, usually like 500+ hours, and if somewhere from 500 to 1,000 hours, and then you'll get some weirdos in there too with 1,000 or 3,000 hours or 5,000 hours or something like that. Almost all the Steam accounts tonight have been 1,000+ hours. So, yeah. Normal. Once again, I don't really care. The things that I use to dodge people does not include hours. I don't care how many hours people have. It's when they have weird things that make them look like a degenerate of a human being. That would indicate that they're willing to do whatever they can to win. That's when it sets things off. That group before was a streamer lobby, by the way. The second last group had a TTV in it. Like a 4-man. This is another 4-man. Hours once again. Craft's name. Apparently I care that he's gay. He periodically streams. The crass name. Oh, we got a challenge. Christ, guys. Yeah, it does feel like we're gonna have to consider another game. Like, I've played enough games, guys, and have enough correlations with people that cheat or are extremely sus, and just know they aren't. The crass names are in particular. Crass names. I don't play against TTVs because of drama. Plan takes tonight. That group had multiple people with 4,000 plus hours in it, by the way. They close it. Yeah. One player had 4,700 hours on their account. If I started another account, it'd allow me to see whether or not this is me, or if I'm getting into cheat lobbies, like someone's queuing me into the shit. Like I said, our first game tonight was probably our best, but once again, couldn't figure that out because I just immediately left it, but it looked like a normal lobby, and then after that point, everything just went to shit. Well, we get 3 games tonight, guys. Let's find out. Oh, they decided to show up. Okay, it's a 4-glow lobby. I mean, why not? Let's play it, guys. Let's just see what happens here. Why not? How bad could 4 globes be? Let's play this shit. Let's play this shit. Why not? I can't imagine this being horrible in any way, shape, or form. One guy has a ping indicator. Why not? Why not, guys? Yeah, maybe we should try, just to see if it fucks with things, we should try playing an epic and see what happens. Tomorrow. Once again, the reason that I didn't really, like, I don't like doing it is because if you do it and then you detach your accounts, you disconnect them, it also seems to give maybe more ways for cheaters to find you. If you disconnect your accounts, you lose all your progress since you connected them in the first place. Azarov, surprise. Plans to my party streamers. Guys. I'm gonna cam off for it, cause yeah. This is gonna be a normal game. Maybe it will be. Maybe this is gonna be normal. Maybe I'm just super paranoid, guys. This is gonna be absolutely normal game. Yep. Fast load for consoles. Good. How do I even... Yeah, maybe. Side. Drop. Yep. Knew you had a lithe waiting for you. Good job, zombie. Did you just get into the pallet? No. Guy here? Just tried to pallet me. Always a good sign. I don't think anyone's back by the gen, but over here we got something. Huh? Guy here somewhere. Tap it and go back again. Ah, someone touched my gen. Unhook. Just two. Count on 12 seconds, so either BT. He's very, very fast. Lithe. Double back.
Yeah.
Going. You like another? No? Okay. Nothing. Tapping back. Lottie's gonna show up because they're the babysitter. No. No. Buddy. Get on my left. All teams on board. Okay. Ah, reassurance. Good. Your turn. There we go. That's what we want to see. Beautiful. Pick up aisle 2. Yeah. I was actually trying to break the pallet just now, by the way. Oh yeah, beautiful. He's desperately trying to get to a pallet. He should actually make it. Did someone just run through me? No. Why am I moving so fast right now? Can't get the flashlight in time. Let's go say hi to the guy over here. Hey, buddy. Can you use reassurance right away? You should. Yeah, there you go. Bye. Come back now? No? Okay. Unhook. Okay. My left somehow. Okay. Bye. Back to his gen. Which they tapped, of course they did. Other gens still regressing, by the way. Your reassurance. Hey guys. Alati killed herself. That's fantastic. Good job, Alati. This game's too hard for me. I'm going away. Bye-bye. She hiding behind a rock? No, we'll just double back to the gens. Doesn't matter what she's doing. If she wants to creep around, she can. Buddy. I love big gens. You. Progression. Progressing. Well, you guys back on the gen, by the way. Hey, buddy. Drop for me? Wow. I don't know why you do that. You know, it's... Fucking the pooch right now. Oh, he's a knower. Oh no, not a status effect. You gonna drop now? No. Yep. When in doubt, pre-drop out, guys. They're regressing. A zombie for me? No, you can't make that. Go say hi to this guy's gen over here that they worked hard on. Your turn. Balance? No, she just fucked up. Not sure how she's not getting staggered while dropping, guys. That's kind of weird. Haha. Why aren't you getting staggered? I don't know. Beautiful whip drag. Thank you, guys. Oh, no. Ah, yes. She should have dropped just now. What is she doing? That? Auto dead hard? Very possible. Drop for me now? Should. Why didn't you drop? No idea. No. Auto dead hard. Drop him again. Very fast. Yeah. Where you suppose she won, guys? He's gonna hide in a locker now that's too close for comfort. Okay. Alright, dude. Or not. I have a phase 3 whip. Why am I not doing that? No, I have a phase 3 whip. I don't know how long I've had a phase 3 whip for, but we do. Good for us. So she has auto dead hard. She runs faster than normal. Obviously knows exactly where I'm looking. Seems like she has a behind wall boost that's 0-2. Shiva, huh? 4% deliverance. Ah! It's like a screaming cat. Hey, buddy. We're gonna wait for her to die now. The reason for that is because you might get 4% deliverance and then end up on a hatch. We don't want that. Don't worry, Ace. I'll be with you shortly. Yep, I know that. Basically picking and choosing when you want to hit them, because they'll have the haste no matter what. So, reduce the chance of haste. Where they are in loops, whether or not you'll get a second chance shortly. I know. I wouldn't want to hook you earlier either. Yeah, we wouldn't want to do that. Two people here now. No. Complete regression on gens, too? We handled that perfectly, guys. That's beautiful. I think we'll highlight this. We haven't done highlight in a while. This is a pretty sweaty game. Good, good, good. Four-man globe lobby, guys. Got Wiggles. Reassurance. Ace doesn't have any perks. They got 2 styptics. They had a dead hard. Uh-huh. How did Ace... Oh, Wiggles gives them, endurance. You get 10 seconds of endurance. Wait, he got off the ground and was super fucking fast. The fuck was that? I thought he had sprint burst. He didn't have sprint burst, did he? Ace. Lottie was dead. I swear Ace had a... I guess when you hit them, right, they get a speed boost if they have endurance. That was a really long endurance, though. Really long speed boost. I swear he had sprint burst. Okay, and then Shiva has an auto dead hard. Good for them. Next game. I hope you guys enjoyed that too. So we didn't escape cheat lobby, but we're just better than cheaters, so. It's all fun and games till we go against a 4-man cheat lobby. Running a lot faster than normal and running action speed hacks and Jesus Christ. Do 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 do. That's probably stolen from a song somewhere. Hmm. Yeah, it's not just the 10 seconds from BBT. They also keep the haste from BT too. So they get 20 seconds of 110%. These cues, guys. Not like more killers are playing between last night and tonight. But every other day there's more killers queuing. I guess they're all on the same period. Killers queuing. Dodged her earlier. What's going on here? Grass name. And we got a anonymous. Yeah, Wraith and Doctor. But we aren't going to be able to play Doctor with our queues tonight. I don't know. Maybe we can. It's going to be with purple add-ons when we do them next, and they'll determine whether or not I'm going to be able to play them in high MMR. Which is why I don't want to do them when there's sus games going on, because that's not accurate representation of high MMR players. I mean, maybe it is. Maybe cheat lobbies are an accurate representation of high MMR players, so. You guys are all very high prestige. Level 1 account, too. Oh, boy. Ah! I mean, maybe. Dude, level 1. Level 1 accounts are just an immediate red flag. Especially in level 0 is even worse, but... whatever, we'll just go with it. Dodging this shit. 3 of them are globes. Probably not a question of whether or not they're cheating, it's rather how hard they're going to cheat. Party streamers to my party streamers, guys. Look at that shit. Good for us. Yay! I forgot to turn those off at this point. To see whether or not people continually bring party streamers and flans like has been happening. Yeah, we're going to play Wraith at some point here, too. He's on the list. The shorter list, that is. Maybe even after Doctor. We want to play Whiskers too, or Whiskers. Cam off, guys. I do want to play Whiskers, but there's a lot of saturation on Whiskers right now, so kind of buggy. These are 3 globes. Mm-hmm. And this breaks my zombies. Good. What? Hit. Live too. Guess she has recharge. W key. Side. Not the way that works. Okay. I'm not gonna help them figure that out. Is there a pallet here? Hey guys. Thank you. Oh, nice guy. You took a protection hit for you. You should feel astonished. Yeah. What a nice guy. Let's reset this guy. Literally just broken in the open. He's not even stuck on a tree or anything, guys. Just in the open of the map. Fuck she go? Don't know. Hi. He is very, very fast. too. Huh. You just pushed me out of the way. Yeah. Good job. He just went in my character right now. Dwight's cheating, Kate's cheating. Bye. I'm not gonna save her. Eh. Dwight pushed my character. Also teleported inside of me so I couldn't move at all. He did the same back to me. I guess that's fair play, right? Probably because he thinks I'm cheating. Where the Dwight is. Works for me. Clean up on aisle 2, guys. Blythe. Nope. Right, scratch marks. Yeah. And get her out of here. I love how our zombies are all in just part of the map working in it. It's good stuff. Good for them. Heals. Pretty sure they're still back here. Yeah. If they're gonna play footsie, yeah, we're just gonna leave. We're gonna hide. Since there's nothing of value there. Oh no, not a vaccine. There's a guy down here. He is. Alright. Now we go into a prolonged chase with him. We didn't even start the chase. Chases with these guys take longer to start than normal. Trying to hold me. I don't know what that is. That gen has a shitload of progress compared to when we were last here. Nope. There we go. If he was smart, he would have just went downstairs, and he didn't. Yep, good job. Hey, buddy. Shin has a shitload of progress for how long they were on it. That bleeds there. It's really weird. Zombie's broken and staring at a wall, guys. I think she left to go do a different gen. She did not. Got stuck. Okay. Did good. I don't know why they keep going to that window. Something weird. I think he keeps trying to hold me. That's what's going on here. What the fuck just happened? What the fuck is going on? Erratic scratch marks? We just gotta hook him and leave immediately. Zombie's broken again. Or just hurt a guy. Abandon that. On downstairs gen? If they're on downstairs gen, that'd be perfect. Left. For me, that guy might have an unbreakable. We're gonna risk it. Wait to die. Wait to die. Yep. Dead. They can't reset him. If he gets off, look, we can't. Won't be a 3-man reset. Want to know it, guys? I'll wait for a 4% of deliverance. We could minimize this if I just wanted to bleed out the other guy. But we aren't going to do that. Yep. Timing on that endgame, though. Good for them. Hey, buddy. Now we're going to wait for Kate to die before we hook the Meg. So what were the cheats going on here? Dwight teleported inside of my model. He also pushed me out of the way. Also runs faster than normal. That seems to be the MO. And we got our cross seas players, or international players. Oh, that's an international player. Both those guys are actually. Good. All the Dwight was doing was W keying. He kept trying to hold me. That was it. His only thing he did was trying to... These guys didn't even play loops at all. They just tried to W key me through main temple and tried to hold me constantly. Good. Dead hard on Dwight. Party streamers to my party streamers. Good for them. No one in this lobby, guys, is running OTR or DS. Or reassurance. Fuck these guys. Whatever floats my boat. Maybe they should figure out what floats their boat. Keep it up. Thanks, I enjoyed my 4K. Yep. I always do things that... Don't do just... Actually, there is an OTR. I lied, guys. There is one OTR in this match. It's right here. I looked over it. Cell phone. This is Dwight. Then the Claire. It lies, but there's no sprint burst. Built the last with the giant toolbox, but she's the only one in the match with the giant toolbox, and she's the first one we tunneled out of the match, too. Gens in that match definitely seemed like they were going faster than normal, considering the fuckery that they're doing with me. And we had some decent regression in that match, too, via the overcharge and strategic hooks, strategic gens that we had. Good. Alrighty, guys. Let's make a highlight. So, maybe I should just take cheat matches is the way that it should go. Like, they're definitely throwing out sus things, and definitely also showing up as... It definitely turned out to be cheating, but it wasn't as bad. Like, when you get that 4-man cheat lobbies with everyone in it that's cheating, those get fucking horrid, so... Let's see. Highlight... Dead by daylight. Let's play the councils. I don't even. Yeah, maybe. Oh, I'm not going to DC unless it's a rage cheater. Once again, you lose the ego battle if you DC. It doesn't matter what's going on in the match. You lose the ego battle. Just go stare at a corner or something. It's the same thing to them. It's not the same as when a survivor DCs. Side. Drop. Yep. She's definitely very fast. Knew you had a live waiting for you. Good job, zombie. Did you just get into the pallet? No. Guy here? Just tried to pallet me. Always a good sign. They DC'd for hatch in this game. Back by the gen, but over here we got something. Huh? Yeah, here somewhere. Tap it and go back again. Ah, someone touched my gen. Unhook. Two. Yeah, I don't know why people stop and wait for them. They wait for you to hit them. Count of 12 seconds. Doesn't really make sense if they don't have a perk that is a countdown. We had to vault right now. Very fast. We had to vault right now because she was gonna drop the pallet on us if we didn't. He's waiting for me to lose him so he can double back. Double back. Go on. You like another? No? Okay. Nothing. Tapping back. Lottie's gonna show up because they're the babysitter. No. No. What? Get on my left. All teams on board. Okay. Ah, reassurance. Good. Your turn. There we go. That's what we want to see. Beautiful. Pick up aisle 2. Yeah. I was actually trying to break the pallet just now, by the way. Oh, yeah, beautiful. Right into his crotch. He's desperately trying to get to a pallet. He should actually make it. Did someone just run through me? No? Why am I moving so fast right now? Can't get the flashlight in time. Let's go say hi to the guy over here. Hey, buddy. Can you use reassurance right away? You should. Yeah, there you go. Bye. Come back now? No? Okay. Unhook. Picking spots to use endurance effects, guys, is actually really important. I don't know if I pointed this out yet, but when you punch people, they should be in spots that fuck up their, basically, what you consider maximal use of their sprint burst or their speed boost from hitting them. Somehow. Like when I hit her on the window, for instance, she forced her to run into the wall for a little bit, which used a part of her sprint burst, speed boost. Back to his gen, which they tapped, of course they did. Other gens still regressing, by the way. Your reassurance. Hey guys. Alati killed herself. That's fantastic. Good job, Alati. This game's too hard for me. I'm going away. Bye-bye. True. True story. On a rock. No, we'll just double back to the gens. Doesn't matter what she's doing. If she wants to creep around, she can. Buddy. Ah, I love big gens. You. Aggression. Progressing. Well, you guys back on the gen, by the way. Hey, buddy. Drop for me? Wow. I don't know why you do that. You know, it's... Fucking the pooch right now. He saw me around the corner. I thought of waiting that. Gonna drop now? So I saw the Styptic guys, but I thought I'm waiting that. But sometimes you can't wait on it, because if you wait on it, they have a chance to get to another loop, and it's basically the same thing as hitting them in the first place. Pre-drop out, guys. They're regressing. A zombie for me? No, you can't make that. Go say hi to this guy's gen over here that they worked hard on. Your turn. Balance? No, she just fucked up. Not sure how she's not getting staggered while dropping, guys. That's kind of weird. Oh, I forgot to report that. No stagger. A lot of shit going on, guys, when you're in cheater matches. There's a lot of stuff that's going on. Why aren't you getting staggered? I don't know. So what the fuck's going on with my mic, where it gets louder and quieter? You guys? Oh, no. I replaced my mixer and my microphone, and it still does that. Ah, yes. She should have dropped just now. What is she doing? That? Auto dead hard? Very possible. Drop for me now? Should. Why don't you drop? No idea. No. Auto dead hard. Drop him again. Very fast. Wiggles. Yeah. Pretty suppose she won, guys. He's gonna hide in a locker now that's too close for comfort. Okay. Alright, dude. Or not. Uh-huh. Oh, phase through whip. Why am I not doing that? Yeah, and then it just completely changes things. I've had a phase 3 whip for, but we do. She was very fast. For us. Even that for a phase 3 whip took fucking forever. Normal. Obviously knows exactly where I'm looking. Seems like she has a behind wall boost that's 0-2. Shiva, huh? Good. That was a really long... I hope you guys... Good for them. Next game. I hope you guys enjoyed that too. So we didn't escape a cheat lobby, but we're just better than cheaters, so... it's all fun and games till we go against a 4-man... I hope you guys enjoyed that too. So we didn't escape a cheat lobby, but we're just better than cheaters, so... Good. That's a good end. Yeah. Yeah, you wouldn't You wouldn't want to witness me with my full power, my full potential as Nemesis, which is a phase 3 whip, which we almost never go for, by the way. Mainly because it takes so long to get, and it's a lot of needless infections. And phase 2 whip will do what phase 3 whip does for you. If you know how to play Nemesis properly, you don't need the phase 3 whip. However, when you're playing against cheaters and they get a lot of distance on you on loops, you need the phase 3 whip. As you saw right there, guys. When I realized I had a phase 3 whip, she just went down instantly. And that, by the way, was right at the end of the phase 3 whip. You could, like, see the end of the phase 2 whip on the ground and then, like, hit further than that. Yeah. Good shit, guys. Okay. We had a lot of cheat lobbies tonight, guys. We did a lot of dodging tonight. We might change how I deal with cheat lobbies. Maybe we'll just take them, even though we're definitely, like, I know we're going to get cheat lobbies in the lobby. And then I do it anyways, but in the case that where we've taken them tonight, we've done relatively well. We didn't have a 4-man Ultra Swift cheat lobby, though. It seems like we only had sporadic cheating through the night, so it wasn't really that bad. Even if we're getting sus players, at least there's only a handful of them. It's when you get that 4-man cheat lobby with like 30% faster action speed, just taking protection hits or healing faster than normal, running through you, just doing all sorts of stupid shit to fuck with you, and there's almost nothing you can do against it. They'll get a 1 to 2K and then they just jerk off in the endgame lobby. Even when we got a 4K, then they bitched about NOED while they aren't taking DS, OTR, Reassurance, or Kinship, and then just bitching about it anyways. Oh, you're taking SUVFL. Don't take SVFL. Oh, don't take NOED. And they don't have Unbreakables. Meanwhile, they're running a bunch of perks to help them out, but apparently as a killer, you're not allowed to. It's been a while since I've had people bitch at me about NOED. It did clutch for that game, but we probably would have ended up with 3K anyways in Purgation. Regardless, when everything's said and done, it probably would have been a 3K because we'd had to have taken an extra hit on one guy, but we could have either zoned them or waited till they went for pickup and instead just punched the guy that they're going for pickup on. Is an option, but once again, if people are running really fast, you hit them and they'll get all the way across the map before you can get there, so that's not safe. All right, guys. But I'm out here for this evening, guys. Tomorrow will be more Dead by Daylight, so you guys have that to look forward to or not to look forward to, depending on your preferences. If you're new to the stream, you enjoy the bullshit, you enjoy the fun, you enjoy the cheater lobbies, make sure to follow up on the top right-hand corner. You stream every day from evening to late night, GMT -6, so 8 to 9 p.m. Central Standard Time to 1 to 2 a.m., give or take. Depends what's going on in my life, what's happening, etc., etc. Tomorrow, guys, will be more of the dibs. I guess we'll see if this persists or if BHVR is doing fucking weird shit with MMR. Kind of feels that way. Yeah. MMR tonight feels like it was tighter than it was last night, and the night before that was much tighter than it was. So Tuesday was much tighter than Wednesday, and tonight's more tighter than Wednesday. So it's just like one every other day. We'll see, guys. I'm out here for this evening, guys. Thanks for watching my stream as always, and I hope you guys have a wonderfully fantastic Wednesday night and Thursday night and Friday morning. Have a good day, guys.